Good morning, friends. Good morning, Sin. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning.
And good morning, Toxic, Ruston, Hankos. I saw Kenji in here earlier, and a few people coming in on parcels. So good morning. Thank you for being here, or good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are. We'll let the room fill up on this nice sleepy Saturday.
I'm so sleepy, and I think I'm jealous because it sounds like there's rain behind you.
I think it's actually the fan on my computer trying to cool it off. The client runs things a little hot, but there is rain outside. It's just I don't think it's cloudy. I don't think it's actually raining. But yeah, yay for my poor little laptop.
Bruh, what the with the fucking browser today? I've already tried like 3 times. Do I have to clear my cache?
I don't know. I was just thinking about that thing that Rustan told me about like months, well, maybe like a year ago, that you could do to like clear stuff out, and it's not clearing your cache; it's something else. I just thought about it 2 days ago or yesterday. I was like, gosh, I should probably do that again, but I don't even remember how to do it. But it was something else, and it cleared up a bunch of space. Like I finally went and cleaned like my hard drive up last week because it was like you cannot record any more video because you're like totally maxed out and didn't. Yeah, I didn't realize I had that much stuff on my computer.
No, I'm just here kindly requesting for Decentraland to fix their shit. That's all. That's it.
Yep. Well, let's fingers crossed that they are.
Yes, let's fingers crossed. Don't fuck up the new client. You still have time to do it. Just don't, please.
We need a praying hands emoji for this, but like thumbs up is the best I can do. Just thumbs up, Foundation. You got this.
Yeah, the play test or the little test happened on Thursday. I wonder how that went for them. If it was like a success or if not, if they found out like stuff that they didn't know before. I'm sure they did once they saw the FPS drop to like 5 for everyone. Um, yeah, I just wonder, and it couldn't have been easy wrangling all of us like all together. I feel like everyone just like dispersed as soon as like they're like, okay, let's run down, let's run down the street, and then everyone just like went everywhere.
Now Rusan is having some FOMO because he can't he's not joining us yet. So he's like, "What, guys? No." I don't know. Like,
Oh, he got his fix. He got his fix. Or it's like, or maybe it's more like when you watch someone else get their fix and you're just like living through them. I think that might be better.
yeah, that's like when I watch other
That's
people eat
exactly it.
donuts. It's like it's almost as good as eating a donut.
Just almost good enough. Yeah, you're right. You could like taste it. Just don't get full.
Let's see. So, oh, Hankos and Kenji are both here. I want to before they drop out because I know it's probably late. They might not have even slept yet. That Meta Tokyo event yesterday was amazing. I loved that so much. It was so nice to see. Like, I think I saw Hankos, and I think I saw Kenji, but every time I tried to like get a close up, Kenji would like leave the screen. But it was so nice to see like real people, like uh, IRL people. For anybody that doesn't know, the Meta Tokyo event did the Yukata summer wearable event where there were 30 wearables created by artists in Japan. I think they created them during the winter back in January, and then we actually got to see the artists on the screen of each of those yukatas, and so it was pretty cool. I mean, that was like I was blown away, to be honest, to see that kind of like hybrid event, and like kind of low key, just like Foundation didn't build it. They didn't they weren't behind it. It was totally autonomous from that, and it's just like they nailed it. So yeah, big kudos, big hugs to Super Nina and everybody that made that happen.
Um, Newton. Yeah, yeah, big shout out to Super Nina and yeah, like everyone that was involved. That was a great event. That was fun. And the one fun fact was that what is it true that each wearable was made or designed by a kid or like a student?
It was by different people, and I think on my timeline, let me post it to the top. So it was different people. Some were kids, some were big kids. Since kids, I don't know, I consider myself a kid sometimes. Here we go. So right at the top here, you can see a picture of all the people, um, the 30 artists. So yeah, I don't know if maybe sometime. Oh, that's who you should interview for Beyond the NFT. Maybe Super Nina in the process, and if any of those artists, would come on and talk about it, that would be pretty cool.
Well, it looks like my shit talking has done it, everyone. I am no longer allowed on Decentraland. I'm kidding. For some reason, I'm getting this new warning. A WebGL2 cannot be created. It is necessary to make Decentraland run. Your browser may not be compatible. This is an error that also happens when you have too many tabs open. I only have 7 tabs open, so that's not the issue. I've had like 18,000 before. Um, if this is the case, please try closing other tabs and specifically other Decentraland instances. I don't have any other Decentraland instances, so it's obviously Decentraland being shit. Oh, it's back. Sorry about my complaints. Nope, nope, never mind, never mind. It just doesn't work. Something went wrong. Your browser is using, I don't fucking know.
Okay, anybody in the audience, an IT person that can just come and helps in with these issues, because I know nothing. I'm like Jon Snow. I know nothing. Oh, a kid called Metabeast said maybe no one exists. Can you do that?
Hmm. I mean, if I didn't know any better, it would just be like a lack of taking care of your own platform, you know. But that's just me.
All right, Ozzy. Ozzy came up. Ozzy, can you shed some light in the dark?
I bet you it's good. Have you tried clearing your cache?
Did you turn it off and on again?
Hey, 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 slow it down there. Slow your roll. Did you power? What I need you to do first is power it off and then power it back on. Wait about 10, 15 seconds and then power it back on, please. Actually, actually,
Nah.
when you need to power it off, unplug your internet connection. If it's
Okay,
Wi-Fi,
now
then
it's
I need you
now
to
it's,
reset your Wi-Fi box.
I know you're kidding, but like this is literally telling me to restart my computer. What a piece of dog shit.
Thanks. That's what I told you too. I feel your pain. My emotes were all screwed up last night.
Yeah,
Oh, I have
you did,
about 3 times
and it
already.
still says that. Okay, well then, yeah, it's
I think I've had that problem before myself. Here's what I hear people saying. Why aren't you using the client?
but just probably is something with the Windows itself. Then restarting Windows should
Oh,
work.
that's
But
right. It still has to
yeah,
access the web, doesn't it? The client.
it could actually be the if your browser is actually using the Power graphics card, then it could be the Power graphics card itself that crashed, and that didn't crash Windows. It usually crashes Windows when that happens to me. But yeah, in that case, you just have to restart Windows. Um, um, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna do
Are you
that.
using I'm so bad with names. Opera GX?
Nope.
Nope. So maybe it's not the
Using Brave.
Power graphics card. I don't know.
Here's,
Yeah, it wouldn't be that normally with that
here's the other
message.
thing I need you to do.
Strange.
I
Restarted.
need you
Must have
to
been.
get up, go outside, get in your car, go to the nearest Best Buy, and purchase yourself a new computer.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna tell me to go get a job and like forget about Decentraland.
We're gonna go find a witch doctor and he can uncurse your computer.
You put the lime in the coconut, and then you drink it all up, and then everything work a fine.
That's a voodoo.
All right, there we go. It only took me getting on the client to do this. Let's
See, I
go.
told you that's what people would tell you.
Huh, that's odd. I can't see Kinessa's images on the wall,
So
only
See,
the
I think
screen.
you got
now you're going to complain about something totally different. Thanks, Sinful. Just
yeah.
Yep.
after the
I'm just
beautiful,
I,
wonderful
I'm
event
just
we had last
saying.
night.
I'm just saying. Decentraland needs to step their shit up.
Okay, so let's do a test. Can anybody else see the images on the wall? Because they are created through what is it, NFT storage, which was the traditionally like recommended way of putting images in world, and then they've kind of like changed their I don't know, that method doesn't work anymore, and I can see them, but Sin says he can't.
I'm not in world, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make a guess and say, Jimmy, can you say Will I get in trouble for saying it that way?
I didn't call him Captain Jim, like you know the song like Captain Tom. Like I think it should be Captain Jim, like Earth to Captain Jim. Like I don't know, Jim. Can you see the signs on the wall?
Ground control to
That's it.
Major Jim.
That's it. Yes. No comment from Jim. Jim, you read up.
Old guy. Old guy. I'm sure he's usually there. Are you there, old guy? Can you see the images? Oh, sure. Now Jim
Jim's
react.
laughing, but he's not giving us a confirmation. Thumbs up, Jim. Do you see the signs on the wall that say like Decentraland and CBD and has your name? Specifically your name graffitied on the wall. Jim was here. Oh, you're gonna play coy. He's not gonna answer us. Oh my gosh. You are trolling us.
I will continue singing that song if you don't respond, Jim.
Okay, we have confirmation. Ground crew, we have confirmation. Jim can see the wall. That's all that matters. Sin, that's all that matters. Is Jim can see the signs.
Sorry, I had to make that threat, folks. But sometimes things have to be done.
So that would be interesting, Sin, to know like if that problem goes everywhere that you go. Like, I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't see them. Like I know as long as I don't change these out, they stay. But as soon as I change something out, I can't get it back because that website is defunct. So I can never change anything here again until I figure out how to go with a new hosting service. And Ozzy, you've got your hand up?
Sorry, had a yeah, if you want to troubleshoot, can look at that afterwards and can try to see if logs help figure out what's going on with those entities. But I had another idea about the browser. Maybe you didn't actually successfully restart it. Like you thought you closed it, but there's still something running in background. I don't know if you know how to start the task viewer with a Control Shift Escape, for example. But that way you can verify you really did close the browser, terminate tasks that might still be running the browser, and then that would explain why restarting the browser, quote unquote, didn't work.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Should just work.
Yeah, because there's always like 18 things running underneath Chrome whenever I open that task manager.
Something like that, yeah.
Annoying. It's all the extensions. Well, not all, but mostly. Mostly.
But yeah, if anyone can see the screen, you'll just see the build and just has no images around the wall or anything. I went to Meta One Design headquarters, that loaded up. I thought yesterday I went to Muland, that wasn't loading up. But yeah, at least this is on browser right now.
Well, I have one more option for you, and I'm going to get slack for it, but I don't care. So there's this place called Hyperfi.
That works so much better with a smaller team. So there's a smaller pipeline to get your complaints through. But they're geniuses. Oh well, enough of my complaining. Let's start off today's space. Welcome everyone.
We can glow over or whatever over Super Nina. She's arrived. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yep, take it away. Take it away.
Oh, I heard Canessa briefly talking about it. How that was a wonderful event last night. I loved the whole interaction from the people on the other side of the screen. I know I was on their side when Buffalo came through LA, which was pretty cool, but they were a fun group. That was pretty awesome. It was one of the coolest events I've been to in a long time because it was different, unique. I didn't care that they were speaking a language I couldn't understand. You could kind of, in some ways, get an idea of what they were at least talking about, and I just thought it was awesome.
I second that. Like I couldn't understand them either most of the time. Sometimes they would speak a little bit, but then I was also just recording and talking to people in chat. But I felt like, I mean, that was just amazing to see them give out the awards to each of the artists. And then the dancers that they had dancing and doing the emotes. Like I hope that I think Super Nana. Hopefully, there's a lot of pictures taken. I think that those you should get those to Kim, and I think that is just an amazing way to like bring a brand in. And I don't know how much help or like support you had from Foundation, but I feel like you just nailed it like independently, and that was awesome. I know that like a knower, you were like the build was hosted through you, and yeah, hopefully like be cool to know more. I don't know who made the build or other details like that, and so love to hear more about like the whole process, because I think that shows like how it should be done or how it could be done, like other brands, and not brands, but like businesses, organizations coming in. And I want to Yukata IRL now. They look pretty cozy.
As a male, I feel like they would be very breezy. Not something that many males get to experience.
That's probably the point in the summer is let that summer breeze just flow through, flow everywhere. So let's see. I did post a picture up there. There's some other posts that I made. looks like, yeah, I also posted up there. I don't know if we want to segue because it seems like it might be a good time, but has everybody taken the survey that was put out this week through the DAO? So I hope everybody's seen it. I feel like it's kind of, if you haven't, check that out, please. A few of us that are attending the DAO Regenesis wanted to have input from the community, like instead of just going and having it broadcast and you can see it. Like I think it's really important to have your feedback before we go there, so that when we arrive, like, you know, a lot of unknowns, but that we can present what the community thinks, feels to the group that's there. And there can't be like assumptions like, oh, we think everybody's happy with the DAO, we think that the grants are just great, everything's fine, the voting VP, everything's fine. Like, when we started making this survey, like it was Janko, Punk Pink, and I, and we ended up with so many questions. We didn't want to throw like a 50 question survey at everybody, so we broke it apart into like kind of 3 areas. And like, I think it's really important to know why people have left the DAO, like why people have stopped voting. So that one was the one that I kind of put my energy into. So like, if you don't like the DAO, if you don't go and vote, please, there's one, I think it's survey 3. Please come and fill that out. Like, I think it's really valuable. Yeah, that's probably the information that we need to hear the most, is like, why did you stop? Why? Yeah, all those, everything, all the good, the bad, and the ugly. But please, please, please fill that out, because literally, like, I'm just gonna take that and put it right in front of everybody's faces. So like, this is it. This is what the community thinks. It wasn't solicited by the DAO. We didn't ask permission. We just did it. Luckily, they've like retweeted it and supported. But it's I guess it's like not a coup, but like usurper. Unless everything goes our way, then it's just political, like just being participatory. But if not, then it's a coup.
Can I add to that too?
Of course.
So I could say it like a parent, or I could just say, please, if you do fill out the survey, take it seriously. I know some of you, a lot of people have been hurt by different things throughout there, but this is not the time to what do I want to say? Be rude or nasty. And no, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. But just take it seriously. Let's be adult about it and try to make some difference. I'm still baffled as why there can't be an interactive event with them. I mean, we did it last night at Super Nina's. We did it with Buffalo. Shoot. Digifund did it, and and I went to the in real life fashion show they were watching. So
I think that's the plan. I think that
it is.
I heard. I think they're trying to get that set up. They want to stream, so hopefully, I mean, unless something breaks down, that it should be streamed.
Well, it should be interactive too. They should be able to hear. Somebody should be monitoring if we're asking questions in there. I mean, they don't have to 100%, but pay attention sometimes. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, totally. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in charge of it, so I'm not.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
Because otherwise, I'd be like, yeah, like here, this is what we need to do. Like, but yeah, I'm like, I don't want to be like an asshole. Like, this is what you're gonna do, but I'm also like, well, I don't want to go if they're not good. If we don't have community feedback, like up front, like I want to. And they're being super accepting of like, yeah, that we need that. So we've got it, and we're if anybody has ideas too, feel free to,
Bueno, aquí
come to
tenemos
us.
un man que ese man va a demostrar
I
la
have to
finura
laugh
que tiene
because
en la
no
vida.
one
Póngale
person should
cuidado.
actually be in charge. It's the Tao, it's the community, it's all of us, which is hard
Va a
to
demostrar la finura que
sometimes,
tiene este
I
man en la
guess,
vida.
wrap your head around. We do have that line though between the Tao and the foundation that makes it difficult sometimes. I can understand, and I completely understand that. I've been in that situation in a different way, in a different Tao. So,
Well,
but
I'll tell you what changed me thinking about just like, oh, we should make changes and put it in a canny request and just kind of like passive to like to somebody, I don't know, like this is user owned and operated. Like you don't need anybody's permission to start just doing your own shit, and if you want it done, it's yes, it should be done by the DAO, but at the same time, like I think we do ourselves a disservice when we lean on the DAO. Like this is user owned and operated. Like me, I'm a user, I'm an owner. I operate my own land. Like I can say what I want, and I can hopefully say something that's like, yeah, we should do a survey. We should have like working groups. We should do this. And I think that, you know, maybe it will be done by a group of people in advance. Rustan and I, we're going to be the HOA. We're going to be like the homeowners association for, we're going to be, yeah, like the loud. Anyway, that's just a joke. But I think it comes down to each one of us. Just like, you don't have to, die on every hill that comes along, but like find the issue that's important to you and then just do it. And like, you know, that's how change is made. Unknower also, I think it was super early, but Unknower had a space this morning. Unknower, I believe you're having another space this evening to talk about the DAO and ideas, brainstorming. So, and I believe a couple more this week. So Unknower, if you feel like putting those up, I'll look for them on your page.
8 p.m. tonight. I didn't know he had one this morning. I missed that. But I'll tell you where I was this morning. Yep, 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. And then one at noon on Wednesday. I'm sure he'll come up eventually and talk about it, but that for sure. Guess who I was talking to earlier?
I'm gonna guess. I have no idea, but old guy.
Well, we messaged once, but no. I was in a space with the person who put you guys on the calendar, Miss Gecko.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I noticed she was in a space, and I just went in to hang out and listen. Funny thing though, somebody was talking about something, and I had to go up because what he was talking about is something that I had done, except for he's got a lot more interaction with it, and it also revolves around the event that I've kind of been wanting to do with the stories. They've been doing a Twitter space on Monday nights, I guess, and having the community contribute and to a story and having AI write it. I guess they've done one book and they're going to start number 2 on Monday. So I'm going to go check that out. But I was just like, oh my God, that's so funny.
That's cool. Do you have a pin for that? You can pin it at the top if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go find that real quick.
And I posted Unknowers up there. It looks like I posted the one for the 28th. And let's see, do you have, oh, okay, here. This is the other one for today. Yay. Well, thank you. And yeah, hopefully people can fill out that survey, fill it out honestly, brutally, whatever, and whatever. Uh, as I like to say, if you're constructive, not destructive, you're moving forward. But hey, if you gotta be destructive, do that, be that. Like it's okay. I think it's our chance to just be real about like the platform, the DAO, and like we got to fix it, or we've got to like move it in a direction. Like I feel like the DAO has offboarded so many people from Decentraland. Like, you know, so many people left because of their like activity involvement in it, and that's sad. That's sad. Like if we're gonna spend money on marketing, on bringing people in, but we just have a DAO that like because of its dysfunction just brings people away, like just cut that limb off, just sever it. I don't know.
I don't. I think my next comments would be too negative to add.
Why are they
Because at the,
destructive or
I mean,
constructive?
I was gonna say at the same time, Foundation offboards a lot of people too, like from the DAO. I mean, all the creators, like whenever they announced a new client 2.0, like that was a huge hit towards any community creator that was hosting events or venue that was hosting events, trying to bring people in, market the Decentraland. That was a huge slap in the face because that just like killed all momentum on that end. And then on the developers end, they why would developers want to continue developing on something that may not be the same in 6 months? Just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that the product might like that. I know that the idea through Foundation is that the product might work better after this rocky, like it's like a hotel, like a shitty old hotel getting renovated. Like it's gonna be ugly and dirty and messy until it's fixed up. And then the idea is that that new version of the hotel is much fancier and prettier and works better than the old version. But until you like get to set foot in the new one and see that it works with fidelity, then it's just going to be like a rough experience. So time will tell if the new hotel that we're building, the new version of Decentraland, like looks good, works good, and hasn't, lost a lot of the people that had working scenes, and now they have to convert everything to a new way of being it. I mean, there's going to be there's like a fancy word for it, like there's going to be some people that are like done. There already are, like they're going back to web 2. They're like they'd rather deal with web 2 platforms than stick with the bugs here. So yeah, I think time will tell.
They out there in Roblox. Yeah.
Get
Lol.
it, Roblox. I mean, it is funny seeing the content on web3 Twitter or web3 Titter that is going to Roblox, a platform that is primarily geared to kids. So yay to the parents out there.
No. They have that they have 18 plus now. They have 18 plus now. You can have porn on Roblox. No, I don't know about porn.
Yeah, so that's wonderful for all the parents out there.
Yep, I remember how easy it was, 11-year-old me to just make an email address that said I was over the age of 18 so that I can get into all the cool websites. And I mean all of them.
Well, that is the nice part about Decentraland is that, I mean, at least like at the beginning there was a porn district, so like you knew up front, like, am I okay with this or no? And like I don't know, it was easier just to see it black and white, like, yep, I'm okay with it or no. One
You
thing
can make your decision early.
I did, yeah. I mean, I was, I was, I was making a scene for the porn district. Like, what would a porn district need? And like, I was telling my high school students, like, I'm building in this platform, but I can't really tell you anything else. Like, but they didn't give a shit. They were in VR chat. They're like, whatever. It's not cool when your teacher is kind of cool. Like, they don't like that. And in chat, I see Lundpig has a question. Why is the DAO bringing people away? Elaborate. So Lundpig, I like my comment about offboarding the DAO offboarding people is basically like I've seen over and over again. Good people, really, cool people, cool designers, creators in Decentraland who find the DAO. They have VP. Maybe people delegate them VP. They're passionate. They're excited. They're commenting in the forums, and sooner or later, like, shit happens, and it's not necessarily fun, and it's not pretty, and arguments ensue, and yeah, I don't know if it's a combination of things like moderating all of these comments and voting, and then somebody that has VP that they got illegally and won't give back comes and just smashes all your work out of the water. It's just hard to fight against that, and so they leave the DAO. But a lot of them just, like, it turns them off from the platform too. Like, they're not active as much in the world. It's just there's other people that are like, they want to build a brand here. They want to have like a good public facing persona, so they just don't get active in the DAO. Or as soon as they realize that, the things that you say and do in the DAO, people don't like it when you don't just blanket yes vote. And so sometimes that people don't want to be active because it might hurt their business if they don't vote for their friends' proposals. So a lot of different things like that. Oh, and Lundpig says, why do you need a porn district if you can own your own land, do whatever you want? I don't know. Good question. Ask the people that gave all the land to Voldemort 5 years ago.
All 2001 parcels?
Yep.
And yeah, you pretty much summed up for the most part, like, reasons why. I mean, there's other reasons why too. Like, there's like rug pullers, like that ask for like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then when they have Voldemort vote on it, and then they get their grant revoked for not doing the work, then they also leave and take their people with them or whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Like if and when we go back to a bull market, and DAOs become like more widely known, and I'm sure there's gonna be like DAO yellow pages. There probably already are, like where you can just find funding for your project. It's gonna be a madhouse of just random people like, hi, I'd like to rebuild my hotel on the coast of California. Could you sponsor this through the DAO, and we'll have a computer in the lobby that has Decentraland on it. Like, and I'm not making that up. That was a proposal. Good times.
I much rather would have voted for Gary's Lambo.
Yeah, at this point, Gary's apartment seems like maybe the best investment of value we could have had.
Yep. We would have kept Gary. That would have definitely been worth the 240K.
Oh, I have a feeling we still have Gary. I feel like Gary's closer than we know.
Oh, I feel like he is too. He'll once in a while pop into the CVD Discord and general chat and just like tell us he misses us or something. He's probably like busy working and making sure he's making ends meet.
I think the other part of like this that like, obviously, if anybody, yeah, they can probably tell Sinful and I are pretty like salty and crusty when it comes to this, but like, the sad part is there's still good people who would love to get grants. They'd love to get like, a $1,500 grant, not $250,000 to like, hold some parties. Like, it's hurt the smaller creators who want to just build stuff and need like an extra push, because now when people come to the DAO, I think voters are a lot more, well, I don't know, for better or worse, a lot more cautious, a lot more hesitant, I mean, that's good too. They want to see that people, like, you have the team that can conduct this. So I hope we can make improvements that let, like, users, like, I want to say Mary Shark. It's been awesome to see what Face Moon has done. So glad that we have Face Moon through this summer, because it's one of the last grants that was passed, and awesome to see regular events there. But I hope that smaller creators still can, like, go and get funding for their projects.
I mean, we will see with the Regenesis. I mean, like, I'm gonna pull something that Derek has mentioned in the past. Like it's like, okay, maybe the thought can form here too. Like, because it is kind of a good thought. Like, okay, we're gonna have this Regenesis. All these things are gonna be talked about, but we still have to vote on it. Like, how are things going to change if we can't even pass a simple POI star?
Well, I mean,
Are we just wasting money on the summit here?
no, I mean, I think, like, you and I both voted to increase the VP threshold. That, like, we both created that problem, right? Like, because at the time, many people had 500,000 VP that was delegated to them. So, like, when that large chunk of VP was then retracted, and those thresholds are still set at the, like hyperinflated levels, like, it just, if whales are gonna mass delegate to a bunch of people, it's just gonna fuck with those thresholds. So every time somebody does that, we're gonna have to, like, go and readjust those thresholds to be like, okay, so now, since there's only like 2 million VP in, like, getting used, so we should push these, like, thresholds down. Like, what if actually they were, like, kind of like more fluid thresholds, and based on the amount of, like, active VP at the moment. Like, the more VP that gets used, the more, I don't know, it's got to go higher. I guess maybe that wouldn't work, but
Dynamic VP threshold.
dynamic. Yeah, but I mean, I think, like, to me, I feel like we had to do something, like, when all that VP was in the ecosystem. Otherwise, we could have just Oprah the heck out of every proposal. Everybody that, when you just suddenly have, like, millions of VP, we had to raise the thresholds. But when it's taken away without, like, a plan, without a clear plan communicated to the community, it hurts. Like, we see that our friends can't get any kind of support. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess, boy, it's easy to change it's easy to change something going upward, like when everybody has VP. It's a whole lot harder to change it when that VP is taken away. Like, maybe that's something we should have thought about when voting yes long ago.
HP warned us.
Well, there you go.
HP always seems to be that voice of reason in a way. Sometimes,
I
just wanted,
don't know. That's
not all the time.
questionable. We'll see.
I just wanted
That's why I say sometimes.
well, on Vanessa's point about you guys voting to increase the threshold for to 2 million for POIs, you shouldn't feel bad. The DAO itself passed the proposal to require 6 million VP to create governance with like 4.2 million VP. So, like, the DCL DAO has a history of locking doors it can't unlock. So don't feel bad. That's all I had to say.
I feel better. Because I was like, yeah, I did vote for the, upping the thresholds. I did. But at the time, it made sense because too many proposals would have gotten passed. Like, it would have been a whale war over the threshold, where, like, if the no's lost, like, if it was a bad proposal and the no's were off by one, then it would have just gone, like, it would have been accepted. So
I feel awful. I'm throwing up. And thank you, Jared, for not sounding like an elf in a pocket.
It must have been really bad because not only did you say that, but then Dr. Drip like interrupted me, and I'm a really hard person to interrupt. And Dr. Drip is like the gentlest, kindest person. So once Dr. Drip is interrupting you, you know something ain't right.
I just thought that was so funny. You're loud and clear today. Loud and clear, sir.
Was he an elf? Were you like a Dobby?
I was in my car, and then someone had said, "What's wrong with you?" And you said you must be in your car. And right now, I'm working on my headphones. I'll probably lose service soon enough. But I was trying to, trying to make it and listen in when I get a chance. But I always just love to
Somewhat.
share that fact about the VP. I've always found that hilarious that we used 4 million VP to require 6 million VP. Which, don't get me wrong, it does, like, the logic was relatively sound. But, like, at the moment, like, until Esteban redelegates people or decides he wants to be the dictator, it's impossible to pass any delegation or anything unless you get Rob L to agree to it. And as I think we can all agree that that's not really a thing worth trying to do.
Well, I'm guessing.
Let's tell Grayscale that there's a DAO out there that they can drain with only one vote. Their vote.
I'm guessing that the issue of a large district unwilling to operate like within the rule set, basically, aka Voldemort, he who shall not be named, aka Rabel. My guess is that they know it's a problem they can't solve any other way, and that problem's not going away at all until the voting mechanism is changed. Hence, a summit like this, a Regenesis. And if you, when you start to think about like the implications of changing, if anything gets changed, that those are pretty big. That's huge. That's I'm scared, actually, really scared for any kind of change because it's not going to be very pleasant. Like, it's going to be painful, I think.
Yeah, changes.
I'm
I know from Fez that
still thinking. I'm still thinking nothing can change if you can't get the vote through. Sorry, Jared. Go ahead.
Well, I know from when Fez was still around, like, he'd spoken to Esteban about the reworking VP situation, and I know Esteban is open to the idea. So, like, it's definitely possible, but it's just about making sure it's done in like the best possible way so that it's not like a PR nightmare.
I mean, yeah, like, just imagine the implications of, let's say that mana was no longer used for VP. What would that do to the price of mana for all the whales that are holding mana just for their VP? Or let's say that land doesn't grant you VP anymore. What would that do to the land price market? Like, any one of those, if it's changed, it'll be catastrophic. There's people that are like, like, I'm not gonna hold mana if I can't have my VP with it. Like, wearables, not so much. Names, I think, not quite as, like, but those big ones, if you take the VP away from those, the land and mana, that's gonna just destroy the price of mana. And just,
I actually don't know if I think that's true.
You don't think?
Well, because most mana, the participate, like, most people don't vote in the DAO. Like, most mana holders like aren't even aware of its existence, really.
I don't know. I just think that there's, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just big investment firms that love mana because of its long-term growth potential. Let's hope I am wrong. But I just think that when you untie it from what it is, like, whatever, all the different ways that you can have VP as it is right now, like, it's not going to be pleasant. Like, in my mind, you can only add more ways to get VP without it being painful. Like, adding VP for participation, or adding VP for, somebody mentioned, let's see, who, longevity in world. I want to see. Yeah, Future Music said longevity. Like, that would be freaking amazing. Or participation, like going, doing different tasks, publishing wearables. Like, I think that would give people power. But anytime you take it away from somebody, that I just think that there are people behind the scenes that are, I don't know. I've been warned about them, and so I'm hesitant. And go ahead, Jared. Thank you.
I think it's a reasonable fear, and I'm now driving, so it probably sounds louder and worse. So I'll stop participating soon. But I think it's a reasonable fear. But I think it's probably more overblown than it is in reality. Because like you look at the VP participation graph, like there's never been more than 10 million VP participating, and there is like billions of mana, right?
Let's see. Somebody has a question. Sorry, I was trying to type it out in chat, but maybe I'll just say it here. So somebody's like, what is the deal with Rob L? Rob L was one of the original people involved with what was called District X back in the day. There were a bunch of people like involved with it. The person who held the keys, somebody had some health challenges, and so they turned it over to different people. Eventually it got into Rob L's hands, solely in his hands. And then the original contributors wanted, I think, like, so there was something done in 2021 where they wanted their land back, or they wanted to contribute. That was like before I think most of us were here, because there's I don't know, it looks like a Web3 version of a class action lawsuit. It's like a bunch of people trying to get together to get their land back. But then later, I think it was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, it was a more organized attempt at getting the land back, because the person, Rabel, in charge of it started using that vote to pass certain proposals. So they'd come in and just pass, $60,000 grants, $100,000 grants, like by themselves, like one person, like they could just pass grants by themselves, or like prevent grants from passing that the community had supported by themselves. Some people approached them, basically tried to get the land back in the use of a group of people, as it should be, and we're told by the person in charge, if you want it back, you have to sue me. I don't believe they're working with the best interest in mind, they're not building on it. So that, I think, is the biggest issue. It seems like, if you need some VP, you could probably approach the person and talk nice, and maybe they'd vote on the proposal. I'll probably get blacklisted forever for speaking like this. So boom, there.
So allow me to speak like this. You got to open that mouth, and you got to take it with two hands, and then you got to if you want some VP from him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, I think Kinessa's version was really nice to Rob, and you kind of didn't go into how sinister, because he really actively kind of under the keys. He kind of just was like, actually, everything I said, never mind. And everything because they all contributed to make the adult district. He contributed with the mana, but if you go into the DCL the non-DAO Discord, the Foundation Discord, and search Rob L, you can see all the Rocket League, Rocket chat histories, and just find him just actively campaigning and smearing the guy who does kind of also not a couple thousand from that community, but not nearly on the level of kind of land. And then there's also some kind of shame on you on Decentraland. It's complicated, but it's a very complicated story that I think DCL, the Foundation, do need to have a hard look in the mirror and figure out a solution, because if DCL ever is super successful, there's always just this underlying nightmare lawsuit scenario waiting for them.
I thought I saw a comment by someone in the DAO Discord that was it was a takeaway from the all hands, saying that the voting inequity, it really isn't an issue because there aren't enough people using Decentraland right now, and when they do come, then it will be okay. It's no, bitch.
if it's broken now, why would anyone even want to come in? And I mean, what makes you even think that anyone of value would even come in? Just a bunch of rug pullers wanting money. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, if I could sing the song or play the song like money, 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 I think that is why a lot of let's see how many rug pullers have left. How many like people wanting $150,000 for their thing. Why aren't they building today? Why aren't they active? There's plenty of people that still are active. Why were they only active when the grants were open and the money was flowing out of the faucet? Like, I mean, I think we all know why. Like, money is going to bring people back. As long as we have a DAO, we will have people wanting to be here. Now, do they want to be here because it's so fun to play and sit next to Jim and drink a beer? No, like we're gonna be here for different reasons. And that's what like this is our. I feel like this is our one chance to do. It's like the last ditch effort to figure something out because the bull run will return hopefully, and the money is still there, and that yeah, they're gonna come back.
Okay, the other day, I was thinking about something that could be important, and we haven't even thought about it yet. Okay. Server costs. Decentraland. If Decentraland really is going to hand off the keys to the DAO in 6 years, do we have any server cost like pool funds yet? Have we decided to like set aside 5% or a percentage of every mana release on that contract to go to like a saving wallet where we hold for server costs later down the road? Like, has anyone thought about this yet? Decentraland has to exist somewhere. And I don't know about like how. Oh, sorry, I'll
No,
finish up there. I don't know how the state of the DAO will be. 6 years down the line, will there still be money, or will we not be able to afford the the server costs because Rob Bell took all the money? Like, what's up?
well, I mean, I think the idea is that like we will be self-sustainable because we will be having like emotes and wearables sold, and that money goes back to the DAO and all those royalties in perpetuity. Like, I don't know that it's going to be enough to cover the server costs, but I think that that's part of the whole idea is that like we find a way to be self-sufficient by then. Like, I wish that was the case, but I don't know. And then even like looking at that recent proposal to lower the price of like wearables where the DAO would get even less. I mean it feels like there's got to be more than that. Like Mariana in her financials probably could say it better, but when I go to the government or when I go to the let's see the the overview of the let me find it the DAO page, and it's got the recent how much we're making versus how much we're putting out. It just I wish my personal finances could run like that. Let's see. Yeah, actually, right now it's not bad. Oh, this is like the best I've ever seen it. In the last 30 days, we've made $7,800, and we've only spent $29,000. That's good because usually we've made like $7,000 and spent like $250,000. So I guess that the DAO freeze is finally to the point where we're not spending so much money.
Yeah, it's because of that good old grant freeze. Brought to you by all the DAO drainers.
Here's an interesting fact. In the last 30 days, how much do you think that the DAO has made on wearable minting?
On wearable minting, like
Yeah.
people going in the marketplace and purchasing their wearable, or
What
people
is this?
that publish
Minting?
their wearables.
Yeah, there's a wearable submission fee and a minting fee.
We've made a total of $20.
$26.
Oh, I was close. Wow.
But the submission fee is $1,800, so that's a little bit more. Wearable L1, we've made $1.
So 18 wearables.
Yeah, so like I mean I think that to be, if we're gonna lean hard on the marketplace, we're gonna need a lot of need a lot of like wearable submissions as well as the royalties from the secondary. And I don't know if we're there yet.
At least all mana from minted names are going back to the DAO now.
Well, and that's actually the highest fee, $2,000 for name minting. So there's 20 names minted. I mean, that's gonna slow down. Like there's gonna be less and less Grail like gem names out there as time goes on. That's just gonna go down.
The second market about to be lit.
So then, like if we're gonna be like honest and brutal and just talk real like that, then like why are people here? Why are we here? Like why are we here? And I guess I would imagine our answer would be like for the people, for the the connections. And then if that's why we're here, then why do we care so much about these other things? Like it's better to not care about the DAO. It's better just to go go listen to music, go be a user.
It really is.
Use and abuse it.
You can't abuse it yet.
It abuses you.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. It's me and Decentraland, we have quite the toxic relationship. She beats me. Decentraland beats me. Takes away my toys. But at the same time, but at the same time, there's the other side of it. There's a Mew bubble in Genesis Plaza. Like
Yeah. Like would can you find a Mew bubble in the Fortnite loading lobby or in the Roblox lobby?
No.
Blasphemer.
I will leave. I will totally leave Decentraland if I can ever find like anything of me in the Fortnite lobby. Sorry, just let you know. Like I will. No, I'm kidding. But like, oh my god, that'd be awesome. But right there, that is what makes us different. Like that is the shit that makes this all different. Is like the person that makes the fucking lobby. Yeah, we got problems, but there are problems. Like in Epic Games, it's not our problems. It's some fucking giant team of 2,000 people. Like you're anonymous. You're a number. Here, yeah, we have problems. We got our dirty laundry that we got to air out. But it's our dirty laundry, not somebody else's. So I don't know, man. I don't.
And you'll find Sinful hanging out by the pool, welcoming people into Decentraland regardless.
Yeah, and I think that's enough. Like, I think that there's a reason why each one of us is here. Like, maybe it's the decentralization, maybe it's the the ownership, maybe it's just like you resonate with these crazy free thinking radicalists that love crypto and don't trust the fiat system. Like, do you guys feel isolated in the world? I like when you talk to normies that don't understand crypto and they don't understand Web3, and they think that for every dollar bill there's a dollar worth of gold in Fort Knox and everything is just fine. Like, I feel like that's a part of Decentraland too that we don't talk about, is like we are like, this is the only place where you can talk about like a rug and somebody doesn't think that you're talking about something that goes on your floor. Like it's the only, well, for some of us, I mean, maybe like crypto Twitter would be that, but I think for a lot of us, we're isolated. And if we think we're isolated now, like there's some freaking isolation that comes at the bull run, like at the top, when you're like, I can't talk to a single person about this. Like, I shouldn't talk to a single person about this. Like, I think that right there, maybe we don't talk about enough, is that these are the people that understand, like, a cold wallet isn't when you put your Visa card in the freezer, you know, and a hot wallet isn't the wallet you left on the dashboard of your car.
He 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 he. Yeah, I mean, definitely you have a point. I don't know. Wallet safety. I go back to my to my go-to wallet safety. If the masses want to come here, we need to we need to fix that. We need to make everyone feel safe enough to put money onto a MetaMask wallet and want to learn to how to use the the ecosystem and stuff like that. And on a side note, just want to say hello to a couple friends. I see Lastrum down there, Bitfiend, Alpha Angels, what up? Unknower, hello, Polly. Hello, Manadakri. Happy birthday, Manadakri. And hello to everyone else that if I haven't said hello to you yet, make sure to like and retweet the room. And if you would like to come up and join the conversation, you're more than welcome to. Or if you would like to just change topics, you're also welcome to.
So why don't we have an interpretive build for wallet safety that every new user could go through that and get like a badge for their Decentraland thingamajobber? Like, it would almost be a protective measure for the whole platform of like knowing that new users have like basic understanding, and then maybe there's levels where you can work your way up to like higher levels of understanding. But it seems like when new users come in and scammers abound and people are clicking on links and getting drained, that's also going to kill the ability to bring new people in. So like, who can do that? Will somebody please write a grant and get money and make that?
All right, hear me out now. Wallet guard, but for Decentraland. Geniuses down there? Anyone want to develop?
Can we just nominate someone? Like the bidding and tendering, but we just nominate like 1, 2, 3, I choose you to go build this shit. But I don't know. Our friends are probably busy building shit for other people. But
that is actually one of the nice things about the centralized, like, DCL owns your backpack, like, onboarding flow they have, because like new users who use that, like, they will be safe. Like, if they click a link, like, they're not going to be able to sign a transaction that then drains their wallet. So there actually is sort of a safety net there for the like Web3 novice who their gateway to Web3 is Decentraland.
Are you referring like towards like the wallet guard idea, the Decentraland wallet guard idea?
We use like an email address to like start an account in Decentraland. Like, you don't have access to your like it's fully not your keys, not your coins kind of a situation. And I'm sure there are other catastrophes where maybe DCL as their gateway into the Web3.
I mean, this is in a lot of ways the gateway of Web3. If you look at all the coins on CoinMarketCap, like, that's how I found it. I was looking through the coins and I'm like, I don't know what Polkadot does. I don't know what ADA does. I don't know what Ripple does. And like Decentraland, like, oh, virtual worlds. Like, okay, my smooth brain can understand this. It's like a game. And so, I mean, I think it will be more easily accessible to like normies, like people that aren't, maybe with a strong like tech or financial background, that other like people like me, that are like, I can understand a virtual world. So yeah, and I don't like, there's a tutorial to teach you how to like walk around and like buy wearables. Why wouldn't there be one for that's like set up to protect the users too?
It's easier to make a buying wearable tutorial fun than it is to make a a safety tutorial fun. Sex is fun. Sex ed not so much fun.
Oh, I think making a STD video would be pretty fucking funny if you use like cynical, dry humor. I mean, that shit can be fun. But I don't know how to make. Yeah, it's not fun. But what's even less fun is watching yourself or your friends get hacked. So like, yeah, well, maybe we don't want to talk about it, and that's why people still keep getting hacked.
I 100% agree that someone should be using their brain power to solve this problem and make it fun to learn about wallet safety.
I think I'll use STDs and wallet safety and teach both at the same time.
Yeah, you could be like, all right, your wallet hacked. This is what it looks like. You like bring up the nastiest picture you could. Your hacked wallet is the equivalent of this in real life.
Yeah, because those are the pictures I send to the hackers after they think that I'm going to sign up for their link. I just Google, yeah. Anyway, they'll never get that out of their head. I'm just saying.
I'm just imagining you just being like, here, hold this. And just send them the image.
Yeah, but the
They
thing is,
never
like,
talk to you again.
one of the guys was like, what is this? Why are you sending me this? And then they're like, please, let's work together. I'm like, bro, do you not understand what it means when you get it? Like, no, like, I trolled you. Like, no. Anyway.
What is this? I don't understand. Do you want to give me your seed phrase?
Reminder. No seed phrases, no clicking on links. Ugh. Even when they're from your friends. Please don't.
Don't download anything from any links that you've been sent. Go straight to the source yourself.
Well, so yeah, and I mean, I'll just be honest, that hit me. Like I was trying to, I was asked to like let people know about the alpha because so a couple, I tried to send the link out like, hey guys, there's still room on the alpha client. And it actually makes me really sad now to think that I did that because I should have been thinking more. It wasn't until one person was like, are you hacked? I'm like, no, why? And they're like, you're sending out links to like alpha client. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I shouldn't be doing that. Like, me personally. And just like with the DAO questions above, they were originally sent out on one person's account. And I was like, no, they need to be coming from the official account. Because even though like I trust the people around me, like we can't start practicing that's safe. That like, hey, it's Canessa, so I trust her. Like, or I mean, people probably don't trust me, but like it came from Sin. I trust him, so I'll click on it. Like we need to make it like it sucks that we have to build that layer of paranoia around our friendships here, but we do. Like if I get an email, from KJ Walker, who is probably the nicest person I've met here. Even though it says KJ and looks like KJ and sounds like KJ, I have to pretend like that's not KJ because it might not be. Like, I guess for anybody that doesn't know, that's what happened recently. Is it's just way too common, and it's social engineering, and it's so hard. It's like I should have known better, and I know better, and I still sent those links out.
We need like code words. I've been re-listening to the Harry Potter books on tape while I work, and like during the end where they're all afraid, like people have polyjuice potion into their loved ones, they all have like what's the thing I say to you in bed? So like like if I'm ever sending you a link, I've got to be like, here's a link for a noble OG. Like we need to have like things that people are like, oh yeah, okay, there's no way. Or like if I send Rustan a link, I got to be like, here's something for the most overrated artist in Decentraland. Just references where they're like, okay, there's no way some hacker knows Jared was once a prick and said that. Let the record show I don't think Rustan
That is the funniest. That is the funniest shit ever. Like Jared just said all the things that he used to like that got in like Twitter battles and got him blocked from us. So like, and now that's our code word. Like I think we really do need some help, and but maybe this is progress and we've come so far. Like from this noble OG to you. Like wow, that's progress. Jared didn't like me. He called me a noble OG.
For the record, I did like you. I just did not very good at articulating myself, and I could see in hindsight why that came off very insulting.
It's okay. It was funny. I mean, at the time, I was trying to get the ice crown, so I was like, "Oh, when I get that crown, I am gonna be like an ignoble OG." Like, anyway, yeah, that's a good code word. Ozzy, welcome back up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're really quiet.
Okay, so maybe I'll plug in. Is it really bad?
Yeah, it sounds really muffled.
Okay, okay. Dedicated there. Not looking. Try to.
Hey, welcome, Matt.
Still.
Oh, now I hear you loud and
Okay,
clear,
right
Ozzy.
on. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to put my 2 cents about the whole thing. This is Web 2 vulnerabilities, really not Web 3 vulnerability. Web 3 is hella safe. Like seriously, getting social engineered is something that's been happening way before Web 3. It's really people managing to get you to open up your Web 2 vulnerabilities, and then they can just do all the Web 3 clicking. So I'm not even sure Wallet Guard would be enough to defend against this. Someone gets control of your computer. Yeah, so like it's really like Web 2. Like people are saying, thinking Web 3 is dangerous and everything, but the only danger is not knowing how to properly set up the shield, because it's really a powerful shield.
Well, I think the reason that people think of it as Web3 is that there is no like, it's your keys, your coins. So when you hand over the keys, there's no one to go to help you, and I think that's the issue. And I think that's why people think of it as a Web3 problem, is because there is no safeguards. Like there is no bumpers in the gutter for your ball. So like that's, I think, why people think of it as a Web3
Right.
problem. But I hear your point.
But the thing
Yep,
is,
I
the thing
agree.
is, it's the same thing. Like if someone knocks on your door and says, "Can you sign this a check, this and that," and then they go to the bank, the bank's gonna be like, "Hey, you signed." This is exactly the same kind of problem.
And it's my 2 sats these days, Ozzy. Not my 2 cents. It's my 2 sats.
And I agree, but at the same time, like with Ozzy saying, like it is a Web 2 problem. I agree, yes, because like if they compromise your PC, that is usually through like a download of like
Exactly.
for example, me last week of Zoom, like, hey, oh, you got to download you got to download my version of Zoom. But like the thing is that the thing that brings it back to Web 3 is that that conversation, that engagement was prompted because of Web3, because of operating within the space of Web3. So that's why people consider that Web2 issue as a Web3 issue.
And
Well,
I would argue to think of it in your head, it's not a Web 2 issue. It's a Web 1 issue. It's a Web 0 issue. It's
exactly. Yeah.
humans manipulating other humans, and that is coercive control. That is like that is
Age-old.
back to like that's the shit that like there's no solution from that other than
Education.
education, self-reflection, like stopping, slowing down. I mean, it's if a human can tell me how to stop that, I'll give them my seed phrase, because I don't think we're ever stopping that.
Maybe role playing, like role plays of of like what happens when someone tries to hack you and all that to get an idea of what to look out for.
I'm I'm about to make like a bot Discord account and like pull up to my friends' DMs like, give me your money. Hold up.
But ultimately, the problem with Web3 is that this is a way of gaining control of your resources without having to deposit it in a bank and everything. So like now a lot of people have their own resources in their own hands instead of in the bank. And so this is why those con artists are targeting Web3 people is because of that there is actually there's gold there, there's loot to be obtained. And when like banks now have gotten increase all their safety measures and everything, so it's a lot harder to get someone to sign a check and all that. And so really that's the only way that Web3 is a danger in this whole situation. Like the dangers all come from the Web2 vulnerabilities that are still attached to the Web3 technologies and everything. That's my 2 cents.
Who do we point fingers at? Who gets
2
the
cents,
blame?
sorry. I mean, this is not even human nature. This is
It's a
animal
loaded
nature.
question.
This is
It's a
no,
loaded
this is
question.
like this is evolutionary game theory. When there's I mean, life is that which tries to anticipate for its survival. There's different ways of doing it. There's life that bands together, and there's life that takes advantage of other life that bands together. There's parasitic life and all that. And so, as long as there's life that'll band together and create strong communities and everything, there will be potential for people to come in and start having corruption seep in and everything. It's like a kind of swing balancier key that's been going on through the ages between order and more chaotic times. So yeah, it's just a matter of education. You have to know that if governments manage to make things nice for the individuals, you really can't assume that everything's just that way all around the world.
Oh, sorry, I was typing. Yep. Just another one of those issues.
The human
Who do you?
condition.
Yeah. What do you think will be the thing to solve? Like, well, to tell you the truth, it seems like the internet is just getting worse. When it comes to at least like ways to exploit the many different variables of it. Like on when you're talking about cybersecurity, you're always like it's like you're always on the defensive. You're always reacting to the new hack or the new exploit or whatever. So like that means that like people are always bound to lose their shit.
And there's doppelgangers today too. That wasn't really so much a problem in the past. Like people who can hack someone else's account and pass it up as them and all that.
Yep. I mean, especially these days, like at least if you live in the U.S. right now, it's kind of like a scary time when it comes to your like real life identity. Because like what was it? Like I think last week about like I think billions of social security numbers were leaked or hacked or taken from somewhere. And if if you're an American, a social security number is like how the country identifies you in a way.
It's your IRL seed phrase.
Yeah, it's your IRL seed phrase. So, we're about to come into some sketchy times where, like, if you're in the U.S., make sure to check your credit score often. Like, make sure you don't see any new credit cards opened up under your name. Make sure to be checking all that, like, very, very periodically. What else? I mean, what else could they steal? Oh, my mom, for example, they have been using her social security and name for like her insurance. So that means someone else is getting the insurance that my mom needs. And like the insurance companies are just being assholes about it, like to the point where like the other person that is claiming to be my mom, like they have a separate birthday written down on record than my mom's actual birthday, and they're using her social security. Like, what's going on here? So yeah, I mean, that's incompetency from the insurance company as well. So
That thought just makes me mad. It's just very frustrating to hear.
yeah, I know. My mom's very frustrated as well. Because I mean,
But
a couple months, if that doesn't get fixed, she doesn't have insurance, and she like needs it.
How
It
can
does
it be
go to his
so
point, though,
much
that it is not a
easier
Web3
for a
problem.
stranger to to make people think that they're somebody they're not, and it's so difficult for the person who it is to prove that they are they? I can't understand that. And God, I hope they fix that for soon. Sinful. That's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I mean, mom's trying to get it fixed. Hopefully, she'll get it fixed sooner. Um, but I mean, it's just very tricky right now. I wonder what else, like how are other ways that that information could be exploited. I mean, there's a great spectrum of ways to use that info.
I know it's a big deal, like when you have a baby, like at the hospital, like it'll tell you like how to, like strap your baby in, don't give them anything they can swallow, don't let anybody get their social security number. Like stealing from infants is like crazy. Like that's a huge liability too, which I never thought of. That I've seen like commercials in airports too of like protect your child's social security number, because they
Wow.
will not, well, they won't check it for 18 years, right? Like they won't try to buy a car for 18 years. At
Wow.
least us will be running credit checks, or like we'll try to get money for something some point.
Then right there, Canessa, what that tells me is if you are a parent in the US, you should probably start checking your kid's credit score as well, because that shit got hacked too. Like if it was someone that wasn't born today, or like before the attack, like their social security is most likely out there.
Yeah, that's it. That's sad.
And I would like to welcome Rustan up to the stage. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't mean to join. I don't know what happened.
Thanks.
But hello, everybody. I'm working on some
Too bad
IWB
you're
stuff.
stuck.
You just wanted to talk to Jared.
But I'll post my link to the top of the Meta Tokyo video that I captured. Which I want to reiterate was such an awesome event. So awesome.
I feel like that's like the event that got us through summer. That was like, in my opinion, and people like that just to me was the.
Why is it so easy to claim those wearables? Like, did DCL do an update? Did the Meta Tokyo do something different? Like, those were the easiest to claim wearables
That
ever.
was all unknower.
Eat it, Jared, and like it.
He does good work, okay? I still don't. I still think of whatever, but about categories. Might have been a business category, but whatever. He does good work. I've never said he didn't do good work. Maybe I have. I don't think so, though. Please provide receipts if I have, if possible.
Well, from this noble OG and the overrated artist over there.
Eat Crow. Speaking of which, there's a new Crow movie coming out.
Too soon. Too soon.
Yeah, I don't know. That'll be hard to.
I started thinking, like,
don't-
anybody that saw the original, oh, it's just this, yeah, sad.
They had sequels too, didn't they? I don't think I watched them though. Just the original. Anyway.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It like really made me think, like, oh, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I could go off like on the whole, like, you know, thankfulness that they didn't recast Black Panther, things like that. But that's a whole different tangent.
Well, Hollywood has nothing better to do but rehash old stuff anyway. The ideas are diminishing. The Animaniacs had a whole song about it too. It was wonderful.
It's actually like a very calculated like financial play to like for Disney. I know when they have like reduced the amount of new movies they're making because every new movie like there's significant risk that it won't do well and they won't make their money back. But by taking like existing stories like the cartoon ones and making the live action, it's like a calculated risk. Like they know they can make their money back, which is why they've done so many like live action ones. So I don't know, repurposing, like upcycling. How can we do that in Decentraland? Like upcycle stuff, upcycle our stuff, recycle it.
It's not Disney, but I do want to say if you haven't seen the Blue Beetle, I can't say to the whole quality of the movie, but what I will say is it had one of the coolest, most family bonded message in there, or whether it was a message or not, I don't know, but it was. I thought that the family bond in that movie was very, very cool. So if you want a happy movie, something like that, do watch the Blue Beetle. It's not too bad either.
Thank you, thank you. I will take that
And
recommendation.
and that's my 2 cents.
Say mute to that. I say mute to the silence. Let's look around the room. I have been seeing like more people pop into Decentraland lately. I've been seeing names that I haven't seen in a while come through and say hello. I mean, even currently right now in Parcels, Nyx is here. And Queen of Hearts is here as well. Haven't seen them both in a while. I feel like BD. I haven't seen BD in a while as too. So welcome and good to see you. What's up? When is this?
I saw a lot of people I didn't recognize at Makes, well, and at Nina's last night too. So, and for two events going on at the same time, there was a pretty good crowd at both. So that's pretty cool.
Yep. It is. It is nice to see. What's up? When is this? Sorry, talk over.
No, that's all right. I had thought, I was trying to think of, so what else is there that's gone on that to talk about? Have you guys, you guys haven't talked about Wednesday yet, have we? Nikki Fuego, uh, and the wearable thing going on.
We have not. No.
Well, what are people's thoughts? Have you? I'm not even going to try. Did you see her wearable she's submitting to?
Yeah, that was the first I heard of that. There's like a contest, and then I think her submission maybe is the first to it. I could be wrong.
Well, I just said I'm out.
Okay, so I think everybody should go make some shit because the curation fee is waived. So it's like riskless. You could just go and make some stuff. Yes, you're. I mean, I just because you can't compete against that doesn't mean you can't just like make something and put it in.
How much time do we
Well,
have
it's
again?
not 100%. What's that?
How much
Ozzy?
time do we have? What are the deadlines? What are the yeah? What's the timelines?
I think the 9th. Let me look it up. Go ahead.
That's what I was thinking too. The September 9th. I thought wasn't. Is this 4 weeks though? Yeah, like 4 weeks.
So yeah, I'll be right back.
But you gotta make sure you get it in, and so you'll have to have it into the curation and get it approved before the deadline. And there's a lot of times they send it back to you to fix something, so there's that to take into consideration. And it does have to pass the curation in order to get reimbursed. So if you don't get it passed through there, then I guess you're. I just, you know what I discovered last night? Soul. Everybody knows Soul. I guess you're at your Soul. Shit out of luck. Not Solana. Soul.
Right, it's an expression.
So it looks like it's the 15th, and I posted it up above so you can click on that. First prize is 3,000 mana, second is 2,500, then 2,000, 1,500, and then actually it's 5th through 10th place is 1,000 mana. So, there's only one submission so far. So if you make something and they're the first,
they have to be exotic items.
Yeah,
right?
exotic, and then the theme is wearables from across the galaxy.
Ooh.
Whose galaxy?
That's, the galaxy that shall not be named, I guess. I don't.
I will also add that, all submission fees will be reimbursed, but make sure to actually stay on top of that. Save the poly scan. Make sure to fill out any forms that they provide or they said they provided. Make sure you just have everything. Oh my God, why do I keep hearing myself?
You just need a transaction that's on the blockchain. It's usually always on the blockchain.
No. I mean, actually, fill out all paperwork and shit, just so Decentraland doesn't try to fuck around. It could be it could come down to just a little. It could just come down to just a little form that they said, oh, you're supposed to fill out a form when a competition first started, but a form that you never found out about or whatever. So once it comes time to claim or get your shit back, there may be complications. So just make sure to have everything, done.
Yeah.
Get all the information you can, or talk to Cam or whoever.
That's the one thing that's hard with feral half minds, anything administrative, because this is not stuff that fits in a feral view, visual field, visual musical stuff. It's too many trees. So I really have to concentrate
I
for
agree.
my
Two
human.
corporate.
Really have to concentrate for my human half and make sure that nothing, no detail is missed. It's like always so
Artists are so well known for their great use of paperwork and organization.
Yeah, good thing there's compilers, because otherwise software engineering would actually be fairly tricky. Compilers, stuff that is all there to make sure all the details are remembered for me. So stuff that's organized in a way that just plugs into the feral minds, so I can visualize everything that the compiler is telling me. Yeah, without the compiler, it'd be a totally different story.
But anyway, if any artists who've already submitted to this contest need a shell person to submit something for them so they can win twice, I volunteer as tribute.
Could I use this opportunity to just like submit like a Mew hoodie or something and like get it for free but not qualify for the contest?
As long as you're wearing like an astronaut helmet, maybe.
Or put a star on it or something.
Well, okay, here's something. Like last year they had the emote contest and the theme was community. And so some of us, like some people didn't enter anything because they're like, well, I have nothing that like fits the vibe of community. And then pretty much everybody just submitted emotes whatever they wanted. And I think a lot of them didn't, I don't know, it was just like emotes they had made in the past. And so I'm not sure, how much of that is like used in the judging criteria, I guess. Hopefully Decentraland, like if they're going to put parameters on it, like out of the galaxy or like in the galaxy, then hopefully that's taken into effect. Cause I know there were people that were pretty, kind of let down last year that they didn't enter because they didn't have anything that they thought was community, and they could have. So I'd say just go for it. What's the worst that could happen? Just go for it.
Why couldn't they have done that with a wearable? That's exactly what my first one was all about.
Yeah, I don't know why the theme is galaxy. There's probably rhyme or reason behind it. I don't know.
Because the MIDI punks are going to the moon, that's why.
When are they gonna release that? Like, is it a song and a video? Are they still working on it? Is that the one?
Well, the song that's going is, I believe, the high song in different languages. I believe it's in November sometime when the thing will take it up there along with the other items. And the number is something to do with chromosomes and one extra that causes Down syndrome.
23. Lucky 23. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That doesn't sound like the number though. I thought it was more than
My
that.
best friends have
Something. It is something like that. So It's there. There's a gallery. Oh, it's what is it? Moon Mars. It's in on Cyber is where the gallery of all of them are. I was on the whip yesterday or Thursday, and we were in on Cyber, and I came across it. I think then moonmarsmuseum.com. If anybody's interested in to see what all's going to the moon. And evidently one of them is from an artist who's like 90 something, 98 now. And he had one that is up there already, but it got up there illegally somehow. But this time it's all legal.
that's cool. I think I'm on a different website. This is cool shit, but I don't
It's
think
just
it's it.
moonmars.com. And it'll say Moon Mars Museum, but it's Moon Mars. I'll find it on my phone and get it put up there.
This just reminded me so much of like, do you guys remember when Decentral Games had a wearable that you could buy? And it was going to be minted from the space station, and you could get like a jacket. It was an IRL jacket, and then you would get like a virtual jacket to wear in Decentraland. Turns out it was a rug. I don't know if they took money, but they never did it. So this is just like when it just like reminded me of that. But this is cool. I like it. This is the kind of stuff that, yeah, we need. This is cool. An NFT gallery. I'm gonna have to research this more. That's what the moon needs is NFTs.
I know, right? And the funny thing is, too, is this is a song that you won't be able to play or listen to up there. But it's still cool, and I'm on it. So there you go. I'm going. Some part of me is going to the moon in November. So
Okay, that's cool as shit.
a little bit, yeah. I kind of think so. They are working on a new song called Moon, and it's Moon in a bunch of different languages as well in celebration, and they're gonna. I think it's gonna be released at that time when it takes off, when it
That'd be
goes.
cool to have like a moon emote and have everybody like in Decentraland do the moon emote or something, like hold up a full moon or like have a moon that eclipses above your head or something. And I see Bio has joined us this morning. Good morning. How are you? Or sorry, it's still morning for me. Probably afternoon for you.
Yo, Canessa, what's going on? I've been tapping in with you guys for some time. Sorry for the background noise. New York City is always a little bit crazy, but I want to give everybody a blessed morning, afternoon, wherever you're at around the world. Shout out to Jared, Ozzy, my boy. I see you in existence in here. Make, Sinful, Canessa, and everybody else in the room. Old guy, Super Nina. I do want to give a shout out to the Meta Tokyo community as well. I saw those posts yesterday and passed by the event. I thought that was pretty cool seeing that digital event going on and just seeing how yesterday we had multiple events with over 30 people on each side. So that right there alone was giving me highly big inspirations that DCL 2025 has a bright future coming in, especially with the new client too, and a lot more things that they're working with. I'm very excited to see come out soon. I think that's going to really change the dynamics of the interoperability with DCL and the accessibility with a lot more different variations supposedly coming out. So yeah, I just want to just give everybody a very blessed morning or afternoon, wishing everybody a productive day ahead. I'm setting up here for a block party for the community once again. I'm not sure if I will stream it though, but I just want to just say everybody's tapped in right now through a big giant speaker, which I disconnected so it won't echo my voice, but you guys are very much informative, and everyone out here is loving the talks. I'm trying to get people to follow you guys as well, so keep up the good work, Kness and Sinful. From the bottom of my heart, I love you guys. I always say it and I'll say it again. These community building spaces are very much needed. For a very long time, you guys have hosted these spaces and it's just made the community a lot more stronger. It's washed out those that were the weaker and has kept the real, the loyal, and the real dedicated ones still here afloat with us. I think that's something that a lot of people try to do and can't accomplish. And I think you guys both together have created that perfect mix and energy to bring the community together. And I'm not just saying that, I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. Within in-world, within social platforms, and within IRL as well, with you guys going out to Argentina and me meeting Sinful, of course, in Miami, and with the communities around us in Decentraland. All these moments to me are very historical, and I keep them very close and dearly to my heart. So thank you, Kness and Sinful, again for bringing us all together and working out these little hiccups that we may have whether it's technological or community-wise. It's something that we needed, and you guys are bringing that and pioneering it. So shout out to you. And Jared, miss you, buddy. I miss you, my guy. Definitely want to see you more in World, and I wish I could freaking jump in to Central Games, but I'm not a baller, so hopefully one day I'll catch you out front, you know what I'm saying? Walking in, so love you, bro. Be easy.
Happy birthday to you. Your birthday was within the last week, right?
Yeah, the 15, man. Thanks, bro. A little baby over here, man. 33 years old. I made it to the double digits. Oh my god.
Triple digits.
Okay, come on. Give me the benefit of the doubt here, guys. I'm not trying to catch up to Gray that fast. Come on, let's slow things down.
You made the double digits many years ago, sir.
I'm gonna have to agree with that statement.
Yeah,
But we still like you a lot.
I was thinking a little bit. The mind was working. I couldn't. I couldn't.
I give. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you double digits were quite some time
Oh,
ago.
come on. I know. Don't remind me arthritis is around the corner. I know arthritis is right there. I get it. Don't have to rub it in
You're
with icy hot.
worry
Come
about
on.
it. I'm not running and rubbing nothing in.
You know, golf's a great sport to play for people in their 30s and 40s.
Well, I heard it's lighter on the knees. I might consider that.
Maybe some water aerobics.
Ah, that's true. Actually, I hear about the water giving you less weight. I mean, I don't weigh shit anyway, so if I jump off a building, I'll float down. That's how light I am, just to let you know.
And rocking in a chair and whittling wood is good for people in their 50s and 60s, I think.
Is that supposed to work out the hips?
No, that's after you've thrown out a hip.
Ah, makes sense.
I think we're officially old.
Kanessa, is this what old conversation
Oh, I
sounds like?
am. My old hurts every day.
I'll tell you what, you get to a point where you're so fucking glad that you're old, because with age, I mean, it comes like you get the wrinkles, you get the gray hair, but you know what you get? You get the fucking wisdom to understand that like life is pretty fucking awesome, and you watch what young people are doing and you're like, wow, I'm so glad I'm old.
But
I would not trade it. I would not trade it. Like,
but
age
but
is beautiful.
but Canessa, I know many 50-year-olds that are just dumb as shit.
Yeah, that's true. I know some young people that have they've lived 50 years in a 20-year-old's body, but man, like, I don't know.
What did I do to you, sinful?
No, hey, I wasn't aiming that at anyone.
I know. I had to play on the one earlier. I forget what that was, but that was too funny then too. Okay, so if you really want some wisdom, then y'all need to talk to old guy at 259 or something ish.
Yeah, he's got his time travel machine worked out, right? He's gonna do a big test this week on it.
There's something going on.
I can volunteer to be a test dummy. Shit, at this point.
Well, let's just hope he gets to the right. I mean, I know. Let's just hope he can make it back to 2024 after his experiment.
But what if he?
Don't take a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
But what if he takes me back in time and I don't have arthritis no more, and I'm not double digits? Would I be winning then? I mean, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Think about it.
I mean, you might be a baby pooping your pants, so it depends.
You'll be 9 with all the wisdom you have now. Think about it. It'd be
Can you
dope as
imagine
fuck.
that? Oh my god, sinful.
It'd be dope as fuck. Lately I've been getting in the habit of just like listening to these like TikTok streams from physicists. Like, it'll be like just people that are either in school for to become a physicist, or actual PhD doctor, whatever physicists, like, just ask me anything about physics. And one of them, I believe he had his PhD. He had mentioned that he says that he believes you can only travel forward in time, but not backwards.
What are the thoughts on that?
I I've heard that in something somewhere once as well. I can't say that it
Yeah,
was
that's the
that.
theory of relativity.
Yep. String theory.
All all satellites have like all the satellites in space have to have like micro adjustments on like it's like milliseconds for them, but because they're going like so fast around the planet, there are actual real life practical applications for having to account for time dilation.
I thought the theory of relativity was I'm my own grandpa.
Well, sort of what Jared was saying, though, it's sort of accurate in a way. That's sort of the talks of quantum physics and string theory. It's something I'm into very big, and it's sort of true. You can't go back in time. You can only create time going forwards, but your perception or your perspective becomes your perception, which is what time is, right? That's what they say. But time is only relevant to size. So, for example, as an ant can see us as something as a god, but our time span from our relevant time from mass, because we have more mass of relativity and understanding and a higher vibration, supposedly AKA. So what they say, again, hypothetically speaking, this is not me being confirming this at all. Again, this is what it's talked about. Um, it's about being different time zones, right? So not time zones, but times of reality. So their reality is set to their reality where maybe their time is faster than ours, and this is why, for example, dog years are calculated at a little bit faster rate. Their time of existence of reality is a little faster. But again, this is just goes down to what they talk about with string theory, where life's all but just vibrations and energy, and we can't go back in time. We can only create it. So either you create the same alternate reality of existence, or you create an alternate realm of existence on the same timeline. But it's crazy. Again, all of this is conspiracy theory, but it's pretty interesting to talk about and sort of try to debunk.
I I stand with Ozzy. Time going forward in reverse. Ozzy Osbourne, that is.
Well, I mean, again, it could be possible, right? No one can say for sure. I mean, I'm open to the idea too. Think about it. If you can create your own existence, why can't you create your own time period? I'm just saying.
I think the closest we can come like right now to time travel is actually Decentraland, because imagine all of the everything is programmed, right? Like everything we say in chat, everything we say and do. What if you recorded that? Like you record the instance with the scene and the avatars. Like imagine we could go to like MetaZoo in January of 2022 when it's just hopping and going off and everybody's there, and like replay that instance, and now we can walk through that as an avatar. You could like see your past self talking and like emoting, because all that data, like it's somewhere, right? It's saved. So like in theory, that is time travel. Like you get enough people together in the same room, and I trust me, I talk about time travel probably more than most people because I am very active in steampunk, and like I yeah, like I'm a huge steampunk nerd. You So like anybody that doesn't know, they dress up like old fashioned, like guys in top hats, women in Victorian dresses, and there's laser guns and anything goes. But I swear, when I go to these events and every single person is dressed up like the past, like you do have these moments where you're like, is this the past? If everybody around you like dresses up like it and talks like it, and it starts messing with your mind. I know it's not time travel, but it's there's some really smart ass people there that
You know what's crazy, Kanessa?
You just
Oh, I'm
need
sorry
to,
about that, man.
you- real quick. You just need to just get Billy T Coin in here. He is future man.
You know what's cool, Kanessa? That I thought that what you mentioned was pretty exquisite when you mentioned about the time travel theme. We've seen similar stuff like that with Facebook doing the '80s shows and all of that now, which I think is pretty freaking cool, right? Because we're jumping through time, and I myself wanted to always experience that time and era with the Elvis and all of those different time zones from the '70s and '60s and everything else that they've been showing, and even probably before that too, because I seen a lot of wearables they dropped that were related to those eras in time, and affiliated with the events, which I thought was pretty freaking cool. Honestly, like everybody came in dressed just like you said, came in with the wearables on, and the femmes and the males and they all came in and were rocking whatever they wanted, and just all partnered up, and we all hung out. I thought that was nostalgic. I thought that was pretty cool. And if we had the VR, probably it would even feel even more realistic in virtual reality. If the Decentraland would have that already, if they can hear me, please get it done. Please. I'm begging you. I need the VR because that's gonna be the next level for a lot of stuff. But again, I do also wanted to mention was I tried something not too long ago, which was just an invention I wanted to try out in Decentraland. You know, everybody has an iPhone, right? Or majority of us, at least, and some Android phones have this too. They come equipped with LiDAR technology. You can scan real life places and download them as JOBs or GLBs, excuse me, and OBJs, and you can place them as world scenes. You can use like panorama and create like environments, right? Little bubble environments. But there's also another feature on the iPhone 15 specifically where it's called spatial recording, but it also has something called spatial conversion, where, for example, just like what you said, Vanessa, maybe somebody might have streamed something, and maybe you want to relive that. You can take that video, put it through that converter, and it will give a conversion of that video into spatial video, which the iPhone 15 dedicates that to the Apple Vision Pro. So it may be only available to the Apple Vision Pro users, but it's something that's out there that maybe a big handful of those holders of that actual device can actually experience until it becomes something more mainstream. But there is that way, and I think that if we can experience that within somehow having that experience built in and integrated to Decentraland, that'll be even more crazier to experience like a land parcel with a spatial environment experience that's actually in motion. So it's sort of like living inside of that video as a world environment in that parcel. That would be sick. And that's what pretty much your statement sparked in my head. And I just wanted to share with everybody because, you know, sharing something might spark something in someone else's head who can maybe even get that reality or bring that into reality, rather. So you never know. Maybe one of us here got that skill and we might see that soon. But that would be definitely a cool thing to see. I'm just saying. I love that. That'd be cool. Just saying. Not saying I'm not asking for it, but I'm just saying it's cool. Just saying.
Hi, kittens. How are the mittens?
Hey there, pumpkin.
I
I'm feeling so old right now, and I was old before I stayed up all night. Um,
What you got cooking? Good looking.
uh, I set myself adrift after hanging out with a bunch of you kids last night, and then I started walking around the Central Land looking for stuff. Because I really don't do that as much as a lot of the rest of you. I just go where y'all tell me to go, and I show up and I see my friends. But I was like looking for inspiration, and I stumbled across Oasis Kodo, and I was like, fuck, everything needs to look like Oasis Kodo. Um, Kotio, I don't know, but who who made? I saw it was like an exchange. I hope that stays for the client because it is just it's like out of this world. I think that's what a lot of Decentraland should look like.
I love that build. I saw that you went there and found it. I love the I like for photo shoots for anything like kind of with that like aesthetic. But I love the fish flying around in the sky. Like those are so cool. And I agree. And I don't know. I don't know if
Is that
they. I have doubts if it would. Seems like they haven't been active for a while.
This
is that the one way up north?
Yeah.
this reminds me of like
Okay.
MetaZoo. Like I love MetaZoo because of all the lights too. Like that's my thing. Like to me is neon and like what they call that again, I think bloom, right? The bloom and all the laser lights, like that to me is what metaverse should be like when it comes to
I
like a
mean, don't
party
forget
environment.
about the floating fish there,
I
Bio.
mean, yeah, that too, and the interactive objects. Like they had that needle that used to come out. I forgot what parcel had that. It had like a button you press and like a whole bunch of needles used to fly out. Was pretty cool. I used to think that that is what the metaverse should be: interactive experiences. And shout out to those brands who did that and accomplished that. Specifically, the one that Make just mentioned. I actually went there this morning and saw that flying fish, aka Meta Nemo. Just saying. You got 24 hours to mint that.
I think we have to find a way to preserve some of the amazing shit that's been built before the new client. Um, because isn't I mean that's it's been really troubling me because I almost feel like the art that got made, whether people wanted it to be, whatever it was, it was built on the blockchain for the creation's sake. And there's just some amazing stuff that lives on Decentraland right now that I feel like has to live on. Like, I,
Pixel Orgy doesn't survive. Just
Is
I'm
saying.
there a
just
way that we
saying,
can see parcels
like,
that maybe not listed? Because I mean, like Meg said, there's parcels that I've stumbled across before too that are not listed on the places, and like you keep loading those places up, and some of these real cool spots just aren't there. I mean, is there another way that you can find a listing of all of these parcels by any chance?
maybe
Favorite them when you're
I,
there.
I had a thought that maybe we could put the existing measure of what Decentraland is in worlds, so
Come
it could
again.
like live on, because it's kind of like I sold my D God. I mean, I don't know if any of you care, but to me that was something I always wanted. And then when they took the season I bought off chain, I sold it because I was like heartbroken that my art could be taken off chain. And I was like walking around Decentraland last night. I mean, straight through the morning, and I was getting upset, like for whatever these rugs are, or these all these different people who have come and gone. They've left their mark and shaped Decentraland to what it is today. And whatever comes tomorrow is a new thing, right? But maybe the whole entirety of it, of the existence, the way it is, could like live on even in worlds to preserve the art and the culture of what's happened before it.
It I'm yeah, it seems like we need something, but I don't know if we can have that. I don't know if we can have our cake and like eat it too, like literally with the software.
What? Yeah, won't worlds be somewhat affected by all this too,
Yeah,
or no?
yeah, definitely.
Because I even kind of did something like that, make with going through the web builder and downloading several scenes that I thought were pretty cool, and I was putting them on my worlds because they said SDK 6 was going away. So I thought, okay, let's give some of these people some of these another chance for people to check out before it's all over. One of them was what's not Roblox? What's the other one?
Sandbox,
Legos?
No and no. Um,
Minecraft.
yes, there you go. Thank you. It was a Minecraft kind of design, and then I had to go check some of them out because it was some of them the smart objects or the things that you interact with worked, and in some cases they didn't.
You know what's crazy? I remember when I had the Bit Cinema transition, when we had to go into SDK 7. We updated the SDK 6 version, but when we actually went to go deploy it, it told us that we needed to transition that. And I remember that that day was like, I would never forget it. I actually said, okay, well, this might be cool. Decentraland has its own in-world conversion type of mechanism that would take my SDK 6 and do it for me. Okay, shit, let's do it. When I did that, I lost like half of my build, right? Some of it came and some of it didn't. And it broke my whole build. Now, Bitfiend had to learn how to code. So shout out to Bitfiend. Because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have a Bit Cinema or anything else, right? But I think that was something that sort of disappointed me a little bit, right? Because it sort of forced the users that already had invested a lot of money. Not for nothing. Shout out to Mr. Dignia. He does amazing work. But think about how many people paid Dignia to make them a SDK 6 build. He's not cheap. You're paying for his work. That's quality work. So, like, again, it's not demoting him. That's what he's worth. And I agree that should be what he's worth. He does amazing work. But how
You
about
know,
those people that
bio.
lost that, $2,000 down the drain? You
For
know.
what it's worth, you could go hang out with Lastrom down there, drop a build into InWorld Builder. I mean, we're still having lengthy discussions about deployment. Don't, and I think Rustam blames me for it breaking currently. So there's that. But you can update, and I have been working on with Lastrom step by step, so I don't break anything else. Um, Bringing a Dingdia 6 build in. There are ways to do it. So, and I've seen it work. Shout out Lastrom for really trying to get out there and help people do what they want to do out here. Also, look how goddamn good Red looks down there, thanks to Rooston and Red teaming up to like literally give somebody the PFP of everybody's dreams. Uh, Big
The red
love.
bot is here.
Sheesh.
Wow.
All right. Well, is it Kenji who is the Japanese what is it, ambassador? And maybe I can talk to Superina.
Two
Congratulations, by the
two
way, on the
ambassadors.
event yesterday.
Hanko's
That
also.
well, and PPQ. I am now gonna make it my goddamn mission to find a way to throw a party at Oasis Koto, and it might take a whole bunch of people because that might have been the most exciting build I've seen in like. I'm like blown away, and I want to throw a party there.
Yeah, that place does look freaking amazing. There's very few places like that. I can count like 5 or 6 places that I've seen like that in the Decentraland, but they're mind blowing, bro. Like, I definitely agree. A lot more places should look like that. And shout out to the people who were a part of coming up with that templates, or I think it was the Decentraland Foundation that made that free templates for people to use in worlds. I think those a lot of people should be checking out if you own an ENS name. Those free templates are pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if it's a free template or not. Remember, it's how you create your variation of creativity over that makes that special, you know? So it's okay to use free objects and go like to this, what is it, free assets and all of that. And just use it. Just don't claim like it's a new build. Just be honest with yourself, you know? Have fun. Have fun with it. You know, honestly, it's all about having fun and being creative. If you're able to create your own stuff, even better. You know, it brings more value to it, obviously, and it has more value to it. But everybody's supposed to have fun, and I think a lot of us seen that. And yo, shout out to also Sinful. Yo, I like those buttons, dude. Like the ones you have at the parcel at the M1D spot that you can tap into like Meta DJ's music. I be vibing with that shit, bro. That shit is fire.
Oh, that's Mr. J Stickle, fucking super talented.
Yo,
Um,
fire.
Fucking, I don't know if you noticed, but like, yeah, in the on the first floor, there's like all the how-to videos on the wall that I have made, and then you could like click on them, and like instead of like getting a link and then getting sent to YouTube, you can actually watch them on the television in the Decentraland. Uh, so I mean, I definitely want to see like a lot more of that being used as well. I know that they were asking for a grant like a few months ago, and I thought it was what they were asking for was very fair compared to like all the work that he has done because I've talked to him for like a long time, and I know that he's been working on like he developed like maybe three versions of it until he was brave enough to like ask for a proposal, and then to just see it get shot down like that really broke my heart.
I think he deserves that, bro. That is what we need.
And
That
he's
is what we
making
need,
more.
bro.
Like that's
That
the thing.
I
Like
would
that
love to
that
see that everywhere, bro. Genesis Plaza, that has to be there. It has to be everywhere. Like that right there is innovative to the next level. That's really simplicity at its finest when it comes to accessibility. You know what I'm saying? Your part that parcel M1D when I go to your events, to me it's so seamless to understand it because it's like self-explanatory. You know how sometimes you have to explain certain actions or functions to people? I can just walk in there and just know, oh, I got to click one of these 4 or 5 little posters to make things happen. You know what I'm saying? It calls me to it. So yeah, that is super dope, bro.
Yep. Yeah, I always wonder what would be the next step to it. Like maybe making like a little like remote right next to the screen or something, and then you can like click on what channel
In-world
you want
experience, bro. Do an
to.
in-world experience with that, bro. Hell yeah. That'd be super
But
dope to do that.
I know Mr. Jake Stickles working on even more shit. Like that man doesn't stop developing. So yeah, and I'll pass it over to Make. I see your hand is up.
I just actually wanted to tap in on something we did kind of have um, play out while I was working with Lastrom and the Last Slice crew. So I minted a kid called Make um, name with my Metaverse wallet, and then moved it over so I could use my Beast to my main wallet, right? My Ledger. And then I went through the process. I forget what it's called, to like essentially say this is the wallet that owns this name, etc. I forget what the button mashing was that I did. But it seems like in the long run, the name is still attached to my other wallet, and I found that I could imagine that could make a lot of problems moving down the road for other things. So that's one. Two, I really, really hope with the new client that they re-investigate the builder tools and like how to navigate that a little easier. There's about 850 pages of houses and different things, but there's no back button. So if you get to like 840 and then you find something you like and then you want to keep looking, it goes back to one or the other way. Um, It'd be great to see some categories and really start letting people like myself who might not be up for coding everything and doing stuff to really start finding things a little easier.
Don't be surprised if those are gone. Make
Don't get me
the web
emotional.
browser's
I
going.
just bought
The
my
web
land.
browser's going away. So I'm just saying.
Hey, anybody
But
knows
they might be on the repository.
any information? Because I've heard, I don't know how accurate this is, but smart wearables might be disabled currently or inactive in the client right now, the new client that's coming out. Is that something that's accurate, or anyone knows any info on?
I wear my Beast head in the new client currently. Even the other day or on Thursday when they were doing the test and they released like a new rollout of it or version, um, I was wearing my Beast head,
I
and I
mean,
even swapped out to my other one too.
I'll just
what,
put a reminder out there that I think that's the kind of stuff that they don't that I think I think that those are the things that they don't want us talking about here.
My
no
Beast head.
problem, no problem.
I
No,
don't have
just
it.
like the stuff, stuff like that. Not the beast head smart wearables he was asking about.
Well, speaking of smart or beast heads, I do have an order in to hopefully fix the clown and the deer, which are the only two known ones that I know aren't currently working. So I'm really hoping they get fixed in the next week or two. And then when we move over, maybe it'll be less work for the next thing.
Hey everybody, it's Unknower. Figured I'd jump in with the little break in conversation here. I just wanted to invite everyone to the space I have scheduled later tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's just going to be an open discussion about the philosophy of governance as it pertains to DAOs or DAOs specifically. Just something to kind of get us started and generate some ideas that we can bring into the DAO Regenesis Summit. And I think I just locked in my co-host, our good friend One Existence, which I'm really excited about because he seems to have a lot more experience with DAOs than I do. And who knows if I'm even qualified to do any heavy lifting on the philosophy side. I do have a few ideas lined up to kind of inspire conversation, but it would definitely be great to have some other people to bounce ideas off of. Anybody who requests an invite will get brought up. So. And then there's going to be a part 2 on Wednesday at noon for anybody who can't make it tonight. And both are going to be recorded. So hopefully we have some good ideas and topics that we can bring to the DAO Regenesis Summit in a couple weeks. And I noticed Kanessa already added both spaces in the pinned tweets. So thanks for making those nice and easy for everyone to find. And that's all I have for now, unless anyone has any questions or comments they'd like me to address while I'm here.
You're a legend.
And I didn't want to say too much till it was confirmed whether I was or not. So I'm happy to be there.
Honored to have you, man. What more fitting of a co-host for a philosophy discussion than one existence, right?
Nice. Or as some people call me, one extinction.
Well, without a proper integration of philosophy in our lives, I guess that's the other outcome, right? And man, as I was putting some material together to discuss later, I realized just how much we take for granted, like how much philosophy is kind of intertwined into governance, and how much we kind of form our systems of government based on our philosophical beliefs. But I'll save that for later. I don't want to get too long-winded. I know some people don't like that.
Sounds like the cave.
Like Plato's allegory of the cave?
Something like that.
I see what you. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So where do we get some shiny lights, you know, that are available for noobs to download?
Repository.
I hear rumors. Dr. Drip, shout out Dr. Drip, who took me walking the other night through many repositories, helping me search. I really appreciated that. I've got them all bookmarked, but we're out here looking for shiny lights and disco balls. Let's go.
You can always check out Google and go check out those free assets websites. I know I found like 1 or 2 lights there that are public licensed for use, which you can take out and download them and come in the form of GLBs. You can drop them in world as an object, and they come coded with functions, so you can activate the functions automatically, which works in any metaverse that you want to use it in, like HyperFi. I mean, the ones I've tested out, and obviously I'm not gonna say every. HyperFi, Decentraland. Some of it might be a little big when it comes to the triangles, so you just would probably have to find the right one on that repository on the website. I'll drop down or DM you. Yeah, I'll DM it to you rather. The URL for those free sites that I use. You can check those out, but you got to make sure the triangle is small, because some of them come real crazy high triangles, which obviously we all know 10K triangles is the limit for 1x1 and so on. But in that case, if you do own an ENS name, you can use those free assets and drop them in the world, which you have a lot more megabytes for each name you own. You get a little bit more space. And inside Decentraland worlds, that'll be ideally the place you want to use those free assets if they're not optimized for small triangles. If you still wanted to use them, just saying, that would be your second resolution for that. And wondering how you might connect that is simply just put in maybe a portal or like a URL link or something that can notify users that you have a world and that to go to that experience, and maybe using the parcel as a landing location, and then the experience would be at the world, which I also believe that the world is
I
better.
don't know. After looking at Oasis Koto, I'm going to find a way to put everything in my world I've ever wanted.
I mean, I guess it comes down to the proper coding. You would have to understand how to do architectural designing in Blender and coding. And, you know, yeah, everybody's here listening to you guys, and they're loving the conversations about me. I don't know if you guys can hear it, so.
Mind your business. Sorry, Bio, I couldn't help it.
Oh, my bad. We laughing over here. My bad. I had the volume so loud right now on the speaker, and it echoed down the block.
And if anybody's interested in the Doki NPCs, I think it. I'm guessing it was KJ, but Low Poly sent me the link to that. So
Wait, you can download Aisha?
maybe,
They're the ones
probably.
from Doki's Grant, I think.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so maybe not
If you want
Aisha,
them
because
to
I think
work,
Aisha
though,
was like foundation work.
if you want them to work, though, I mean, you'd have to do the whole SDK thing, but um, you could probably download just the NPC itself.
I believe it was like she made it in parts and pieces so you could pick, like you could create your own theme and like put the NPC together in different pieces. Um, and I'm sure you could reach out to Doki to get help on it.
Yo, shout out to Honora too, by the way, man. I've been seeing a lot of people dropping that alpha on the VLM, and I think that's a very good, useful tool that a lot of us should be using. When it comes to those that are unexperienced to building, I think that's one level closer to solving the issue of inexperienced builders, together with Lastrom and his in-world builder as well. It's a lot of innovative ways now of building. I think that these are two iconic people. I just wanted to shout them out. A lot of us are in here doing a lot of amazing things, but we also need to also give credit when credit's due. And yeah, man, I'm not a real good builder now. I've been focusing more on IRL stuff. So having these guys create this here, I want to just say thank you for that, guys. You guys are making a lot of us more accessible to being more creative. And really, really wish, honestly, that you guys would get more support with the use of your technology. And I really, really want to like really invoke that with you guys and say that this is very useful, and a lot of us should be using it. And it helps them make it more easier to, I would say, modify it, right? For the use of people, as long as we create demand and give them feedback. And then this goes for everything, like I mentioned with Sinful, those TVs. I know those TVs at first when probably they got made, they weren't perfect, but they do work now. I'm not joking. I go in there every time and they work. Maybe once or twice they might not work, and that's probably because I'm running a lot of streams in the same computer, but that's my fault. I'm overloading the computer. But nevertheless, these are the type of technology that we should all be supporting. Mr. Jasicles created that cool interactive TV. That's something that's very interoperable that we all should support, and maybe somehow find a way how to get that implemented permanently. Because I think that finding something like that in the Genesis Plaza would be so freaking cool, since that's the spot and people really don't know much. I think that should be the landing page of like library/school type of feel, where people land in, they interact with the educational content and see and experience that within the metaverse, while at the same time they're learning it. And it's not to say it's not there. We have the NPC AI bot, and more. But yeah, just those little small improvements make a big difference. They always say the little things count the biggest, right?
Well, shit, if that grant proposal would have passed, we all would have had at least the ability to go to a GitHub and pull that
Wait,
code
there was
out
a
and put it
proposal
into
for
our
that
own
already,
land.
bro? How long ago
Huh?
was that? How long ago was that proposal, bro?
Probably like maybe 2 months ago or so. It was
And it
not
got
too
shut
long.
down?
Yeah, I got shut down big time. I don't
You
know
kidding me, bro?
why.
Holy shit,
Just
what?
people not wanting other people to win, probably. I don't know.
All right, I won't speak my thoughts on this, but I'll just say this, right? I'll sugarcoat it a little bit. I think we should all start seeing what more value is, you know what I'm saying, than entertainment at the moment, right? Yeah, there's good grants out there that are meant for entertainment, but why have many of those when we can have more that focus on development? As long as we create a more stable and accessible with interoperable functionalities in this platform, then the entertainment side will come naturally, right? Because stabilizing the network and the platform would just call for more people to come. And as they come and experience this new stabilized network and experience, then naturally word of mouth and by viewing these moments through these other people's moments and experiences, it will just naturally gravitate that. Again, I'm not trying to dictate anything or say anything wrong. I just feel that if the proposal does come back, I think that's something we'd all should lean a little bit more towards focusing on. Not having entertainment grants like other companies that we've seen with 150K going down there twice and leaving and not being around anymore. We lost money there now, right? But what was the whole purpose of having that small moment of success when there was no longevity with that motion, right? That's what we have to start seeing. Investments that have long term residual and also effect on not just growth but on a ecosystem in which is intended to revolve and improve the platform itself, whether it's through financial market improvement, whether it's through interoperability of functionalities which increases user experience, or implementing new outside interactive experiences such as Twitter Space integrations into in-world where an avatar can become maybe like a profile on X temporarily as a guest listener or something. Things like that, right? Little small little improvements that create that interoperability. I think that we should focus on that. And if we all wouldn't, then we'll see a lot more improvement. Not to say it hasn't been happening, because like I mentioned, on Nowhere, Last Drum, Mr. Jasicles, we got a lot of heavy hitters in here. Dr. Drip, you know what I'm saying? Low Poly. I can keep going for
Low
days, you know what I'm
poly
saying?
for real
Yeah.
facts.
Facts, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bigfacts.eth, you know what I'm saying? So, heavy hitters here. And this platform
It was real
is
facts,
legends.
mister.
Well, I had to spin the New York way, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't take your words.
I think collectively, specifically with that grant, like the users have to show up if we want the heavy hitters to stay in the platform, like working here, because again, it was a couple people with large VP that didn't think that that was a good, good thing to spend the money on, and I think that each one of us, we got to show up to the DAO to continue, whether it's showing up with your VP or just your voice. Sometimes your voice is actually more important than your VP if you can convey those ideas for other people. I think it's just a reminder, like everybody, just to stay active, stay in there, because that would have been a good one. I think any educational grant can be, it doesn't just affect one person; it affects everybody that comes in contact with the person after they learn the skill. Like, make you keep asking about, you want flashy lights, like, 2 years ago I didn't know how to make flashy lights. Now I do. Like, if you I know it might not be your thing, but like, if you learn how to do that and you teach that skill to the next person, that's even more important than having a GitHub that you can go grab them at. It's the effect that you can create, the ripple down after that.
I'm just gonna keep working with the people around me who do dope shit, and I'll just keep providing the utility that I emotionally can. I'm learning a lot. I'm old. I'm too old to be learning anymore.
Brother,
Remember, Peter Pan.
I don't know that you're older than me.
Oh, I think it's gonna be a close. It's gonna be a close lap right
Okay,
there.
okay.
Either way, we just two Peter Pans living in the metaverse together, hula hooping our best life together. So
Okay, but don't let me hear you
I
catch.
was
Don't let
totally
me
kidding, by the
hear you.
way.
Okay, because like
All I
when.
meant was my bigger point is we have such incredible builders who have already done so much that it already exists. There are plenty of things that should be just available to people to build with. And that includes super dope lights. And it includes great builds that people have already done to grandfather them in, like what they're doing with Last Lights. But there are a ton of great assets that are out there that should just be plug and play. Starter homes for everyone on a new island.
Okay,
Everyone gets a
let me hear
name.
you telling me you're too old, because no.
I was totally kidding. Peter
Okay,
Pan lives. I
okay,
mean,
because like when I was
listen, the 40 plus literally was still up walking around Decentraland at 5 in the morning after hanging out for 3 hours and spinning vibes.
What
I'm
they
so
say in the
tired
streets
right
is
now.
that
I'm
the
because you
40 is
could
the
hit
new
delirious.
them both,
20.
friend.
They say
Dude,
40
believe
is
me,
the new
my
20,
wife is
Meg.
so cross with me right now. Like, she went out to my favorite Japanese place at 11 a.m. just to be like, you're a dick for sleeping.
Well, don't feel old, mate. Word has it on the street that 40s is the new 20, brother. So live it up, baby. You're 21 all over again.
All I can say is when I was with Foundation and we started sharing ages, and they're all like, "Wait, what?" And I'm like, "Bro, like you guys are young, you're kids." So I don't know, man.
What
Age.
happened, Kenneth, is that they don't make them like that no more. You know, all this GMO food that we grew up on, McDonald's and Wendy's, and all this pasteurized milk and formula, Infamil, and all this extra shit. Just don't make them like that no more, man. You know what I'm
That
saying?
they're Argentine and they're good. They're raised off that like
Not
farm
they,
that farm beef.
they're not all. They weren't all Argentinians. Yeah,
They got
no.
comida natural, ¿verdad, Sinful? Comida natural.
Straight
By the
up.
way, I just want to shout out my guy J Day, who's always out there building and trying new things. Big love, J Day, and we see you, SRJH. Josh in the building. Fans, you are looking awfully neon and tough, but I miss you.
And look, also shout out to Bohidi, man. Sunday tomorrow he has a digital.
God damn
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry,
bio.
man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who's talking? Cause I can see listeners on. I think that was if I can guess, if I'm talking about this subject, it would be Existence who came at me and tried to kick my ass right now. Yep, it's him. It's him.
I literally was just gonna say that.
Great minds
Go
think
ahead.
alike.
Go
No,
ahead.
I said half of
Go
it.
ahead.
Let's take it back to the old days, right? Because we
Um,
started this together. Remember? So I say
I
half,
know
and you say half.
I kn- I knew I saw Bohidi earlier, and then I saw him back again, and I'm like, oh, I've got to jump in here real quick. But Bohidi is behind the Fidgetal uh, charity event that I volunteered to host for tomorrow in Hyperfi. Sorry, yes, I know, but it's taking place at Hyperfi at 5 p.m. Central, so that'd be 6 p.m. Eastern. Um, the auction and social hour is about an hour. We'll be on Twitter talking as the auction goes, and then I don't know why I've not heard them play. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Make Felons will be playing a set at right after, and then Make is gonna play a set as well. He's gonna take a little bit of a break from golf day and come help us with the charity. And a lot of you have met Wilson, my friend Wilson. He was on Sinful's Beyond the NFT on Mondays. Same time, same channel, same mute time, same mute channel. Haha, there you go. There's one for you. If you don't get the reference, I'll tell you later. But Wilson donate or is letting us use the his Hyperfi location. So we'll be hanging out there. There is a portal into Spatial where the I believe that's where the auction you can make the bids. So Biometa is streaming for us, and
Well, just to add on
it
that real quick,
is.
just so you can give them the heads up too, Existence. Even though it's happening in Hyperfi, since I'll be streaming it, it'll be seen in Decentraland as well on the smart wearable and everything else. So if you need a smart wearable, I got you.
Isn't that a given? Isn't that a given by now?
Yeah,
Do I
yeah,
have
but
to
I just
keep
want to
telling
make
you
sure that
that?
even though we're outside of our
Okay,
home, we still love
I
our
know.
home and we still value our home and we still give quality content to the house of
I
Decentraland because that's where we're
it's just
from, right?
usually when you say bio, it echoes about 15, 20
God, I love
times.
Decentraland, man. That's all it is, man. This is my home, man. We need to get some sort of state ID or residential cards for Decentraland given out to
Now they'll
everybody.
just steal that social security number from you anyway. Don't worry about it.
Well,
Yeah, shout out Bohidi for going out and doing something real, trying to help people who actually need it. And shout out to you, Existence, for really grabbing us by the bootstraps and taking us on a journey with you. Really looking forward to supporting it. Even if I'm missing Golf Sunday, I'm getting a kid called Existence on a Sunday. So there's a win.
And don't forget,
And
guys, real quick, for those that might be in the space that are new, give a follow to Canessa and Sinful, man. Real shit. You gotta repost the space too. If you already did that, unredo it, redo it again, or if not, quote, repost it, and add maybe a small testimonial to that, like your experience inside the space and how's that been today. If you learn one or two things, mention that too. You know what I'm saying? At the Decentraland, let's get this word out there because these people have been working real hard consecutively week after week in world and on social media platform at the same time. And if you guys know how to do that, you should know firsthand that shit ain't easy to hit the chat box in world, hit the repost button, stream, and also chat inside here. Pay attention who's dropping to that pill right there, in the purple pill in the bottom, and who has their hands up and all that stuff. There's a lot that goes on, so give them their recognition as well and support. So shout out to them as well.
and I just want to add, while it is taking place in Chicago, his goal is to expand. He's also trying to create a model of which Web3 charities could possibly follow with the transparency of everything. But Chicago is one of the sanctuary cities, and it's just become the regular means are at overcapacity, overworked. So he's taken an opportunity when some get displaced and move to another area. So there'll be more people in one location. He's taking advantage of that opportunity to try to help out as many as he can with some food and hopefully supplies. So it's a problem all over the place, and you guys, some of you may know that I've been through it. Bohedi's been through it. Sorry, Bohedi, if you didn't want me to tell you, but tell them. But I told them. So we've experienced it, and something kind of close to our hearts. So appreciate it. If you can do anything, you can donate. You don't have to bid on auction items. There is a Bit Beast up for auction, which I would assume that will get you in the game that they're building. If you haven't heard, it's coming and it's going to be big, and it's pretty sure it is.
Yo, and shout out to Sin and Rustan and everyone that was part of that community that brought in the beast into DCL. Because I ain't gonna hold you, that was my dream, bro. I was like, yo, we need this shit in here. And when I woke up weeks later and found out that it was being worked on and it became an existence inside of Decentraland and it worked finally, I was so stoked on seeing an NFT project being incorporated into Decentraland in that manner. So big shout out to the whole community that was behind that movement
I
right
know
there.
you didn't say weeks. He literally said weeks. This guy.
Well, I'm just saying, referencing that because, damn, this guy just hit a car right now. Hold up. I gotta hang
All
up.
right,
Give me a
hit the
second.
mute button. It's no fun for us. Sorry.
I feel like I should
Okay, and there's
put
a
my
bit
phone outside for like the birds chirping and the rain dropping, just so you could get some nature.
we heard that last week? That was nice to hear instead of crickets for sure. That
Well,
was
if you
very
wonder what
pleasant.
nature sounds like in New York, this is what it is. There's alarms, cop cars, and
All right, all
ambulances, and all some
right. I
crazy shit.
moved.
There's a Bit Beast. There's a Meta Rides. Meta Rides holders hold on to theirs. If you look at the floor on them, and several other items. There's some others that will go for less if you want to bid on something like that. I know times are tough always, but anything anybody can do. Even just if you can come through and say hi and hang out for a little bit would be awesome. So
I got a alt
Hyperfi,
space VR space donated to you. Care of everybody. Long
oh
live alt
joy,
space.
oh joy. Gee, do I say thank you?
I was totally kidding.
Yes, I know. That's why I said,
But
do I,
speaking
do,
of
do I say thank you?
Speaking of One Existence, and you mentioned it briefly, I gotta say Wilson has been an incredible add lately to the Decentraland community. He also helped me retool what I had in Spatial for for Hyperfi. It's amazing, and he's been showing up in the CBD with us and absolutely cooking. So You know, for everybody who goes away, we always seem to find one or two new special people who pop up and just keep pushing us forward. That's one of them right there.
Bro, I'm so happy you mentioned Wilson. Yeah, he has been awesome and like super active and super helpful too. Like he comes in with like a little bit of knowledge, maybe not the Decentraland knowledge, but like he definitely knows his stuff. And like can quickly pick up the Decentraland knowledge. But even that, like, I thought it was hilarious the other night when he popped in and he was asking questions about the all wearables thing competition. And we're like, I don't know. Try asking in the Decentraland Discord, and he just says, "Oh, I honestly thought this was the Decentraland Discord."
I'm full disclosure, to me it is the Decentraland Discord. I mean that I know technically I have two, but the CBD is where I feel comfy.
And thank you to you, Sinful, for making him feel, for doing your interviews how you do and making people feel comfortable, because I know he's a bit shy, and he's wanting to build his following base. So,
Oh,
and
I'm
I
definitely a
honestly,
follower.
I honestly, when when I said it the other day in the Discord, I am truly surprised that he keeps pulling up. I never in a million years would have dreamed. I mean, because we've talked about Decentraland, and it was not. He had been there. He just wasn't. It wasn't really his thing. But we found some things to interest him, and here he is. And he bought a name too. That was so cool.
Well, just so you know, if you don't remember, there's been a lot of people that are big name celebrities that have bought land in there. You know, I'm sorry about that. Somebody was calling me right now, real quick. So like some of those big names.
Let's go, Soldier
Yeah,
Boy.
Soldier Boy, 24 G's. You know, he also bought land. He bought a massive amount of land, built the whole entire Brooklyn Bridge there. Um,
Get rid of
Get
him.
rid of him. Yeah, well, listen, I get what you're saying, but keep in mind, it's all about having people come inside here. You never know. This might open up another business, financial eco. Damn, they calling me. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
No, I said Decentraland definitely found the or had knows how to bring the big brands and the big names in, but what, as Canessa said, there's no flypaper, nothing there to keep them there to stay. Unfortunately,
You know,
Yeah,
what you say is
I
true.
don't know how they
What you say is true.
I don't know how they sell the Central Land to like brands and stuff like that, but perhaps maybe there needs to be a change, because like there is literally a way for them to like enter the Central Land with low cost and not even expect too much from it, just like use it as a way of marketing. But yeah, I'm not sure how the behind the scenes talks are.
I mean, I think that is something that, at least to some extent, we, like if you ask that at the 2 month all hands meeting, like I personally will ask about like the plan for marketing in the future as the client rolls out. I know that a lot of that wasn't going to be done until the new client is functional. We're kind of at that point where I think that the community, it's okay to ask those stuff in different parts of the world. Like we're busting our balls or whatever we got to like build this place. I think it's okay to ask, like, what is foundation doing? Like what is the yeah, like what's the marketing plan? Because I feel like we're doing what we can, but it's like we're on a boat, like a big old yacht. We got the paddles, we're paddling. But it'd be really cool if the Johnson outboard was started up and the diesel was like started up. Like we're doing what we can, but I'm afraid we're gonna burn ourselves out, before the real like heavy hitters or whatever the plan is coming out. So I want to make sure that like we don't burn ourselves out first.
Well, 6 months ago or so, when I first posed all that marketing questions, they had none. Was my response,
but
if I
that
recall
is, I think
correctly.
that's the plan. Like that has been communicated that is. I mean, they need the client to work first. Like, so if we're not thinking, like if we're not on that same page, then we're fooling ourselves, and then shame on us. Like honestly, like we need to also be realistic that like we're too soon, but we're coming up to that deadline.
And I need to pull my people that were willing to help create the TV commercial back and start working on that again, maybe.
I think it'd be great to like have that conversation with foundation, say, hey guys, we're ready to like do this, like, but what's our timeline? Like, are we fooling ourselves? Are we too soon, too late? Like, I think that we just need to hear from them a rough outline. I personally am going to ask that at the Regenesis, because I think that like we also need to know why, like, should that be Dow funds or should that be foundation fund? Because I think a lot of that should be foundation. So why are we even talking about using Dow funds for something that should be foundation funded? So I think that's another big question that came up with some of the people that are talking. Like, how do we push for marketing? There's somebody that is like so on it. I don't know how much he wants to be outed, but like he's got a background that is hefty. I'll say he prefers to stay anonymous. He will be going to the summit, and I'm like so pumped to have him and foundation in the same room finally, and like let's hear from you, sir, because you're freaking bomb. And like I love, I don't know, he like, yeah, he's a baller. And so let's put him in the room.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, and the same thing with the swag shop. They said that they were planning and working on it. I specifically asked them to, when they go to whatever you call it, find who's going to take care of it, I specifically asked them to check into CryptoLids, which I'll throw it out there again. There's a Ruston design of Decentraland items at cryptolids.com, keyword metaverse. At SRJH got a hoodie. I've given away several shirts, and the hats are phenomenal. I know that for sure. There's a coffee mug. I'm actually drinking out of my, I'll post a picture. I'm drinking out of my Decentraland coffee mug right now.
Hey, real quick, Kanessa, I'm curious to ask not only you and Sin this question and Make and everybody's on the speakers, but maybe the community could drop some thoughts on that on the purple pill on the bottom right. What are the thoughts on possibly, as community members and DAO members, if we worked on possibly getting an outside grant, how would that be looked upon? Is that something that's frowned upon within our community, where we can possibly go out and get a like one of these public grants? Let's say, for example, one of these politician grants, the 130B ones, which I know about, that can help support digital creators and content creators like us, and maybe have the community elect a forefront of someone who is, we think, is feasible enough and knowledgeable enough to sort of be the forefront of that, or be our speaker, elected speaker and operator for that, and then help our foundation with that extra incentive of helping them gain that money back, in a way of us coming outside with that. I mean, I'm just curious to see how that's looked upon, and if that would be even something that would be considered within the community.
I mean, I see it as something that's even better than getting a DAO grant. You're, in a way, you are the entrepreneur. You're going out and getting the funding and stuff like that. Like now the thing that I would say is I don't, I can't speak for foundation because they do whatever the fuck they want, like straight up. But so like I wouldn't add any promises of like, oh yeah, this will be integrated to the Decentraland platform, under promise and over deliver maybe. Because like at the end of the day, if you're seeking outside funding, I'm guessing these individuals will want their brand or their whatever to be noticed, or they're looking for some sort of turnover.
I definitely think that that's a valid point what you mentioned, and I think a lot of us should also look at the fact that if we can get outside grants, we should be trying to focus on that. It would help incentivize more creators in the space as well if we all came together and sort of build this proposal out for these public grants together, as if we were to be doing something with a coalition of certain selective people, how they do the proposals in world already, where you have a certain group of people that ask for a certain amount of money. What if us, the community, came together and created a pitch together for these political or public grants, and then we incentivize ourselves without having to go into the foundation or DAO money per se, and help that become something of a relevancy where we can help then create a better financial ecosystem while still incentivizing our creators, because that's one thing I think should be prioritized. Our creators are really the ones that are key to the success of our development. Example again, not to single people out, but Lastrum and HP and other people that know coding, that know development. These are people that we need to be with us, to stay with us, and continue to provide quality work within the development of our projects, right? Because we all share the same investment. Again, that's just my thought. I think, Sinful, you said it real good, and thank you again for sharing that response with me. Appreciate you, brother.
I think
Yeah,
there's a. Oh,
go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say there's just hard truth to things too, right? It's like Roblox just hit 70 million active users a month, and yet even for them, their all-time high of the stock was like $142 and currently trades at $42 with 70 million active users, even though they're kids. Um, I just think we just keep doing what we want to do around the people we do, share our experiences for other people to enjoy, and we'll build our nook in the world. But we also have to just be real about what it is we're doing. It's like we're conceptually building things that are so special, and sometimes they carry over to other platforms, and sometimes, but it's about the people around us that are making a difference. And sometimes those people go, but they leave behind a little of their truth, just like Kanessa was saying to me, go build your damn lights or your a unicycle emote. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there for you, Kanessa. But there's just a truth to it. It's like we probably won't have 70 million people, and God bless, I don't think we would want 70 million people, or could we even be stable enough for 70 million people? So outside investments, I think that's got to be more looked at in okay, maybe Vita TV with their streaming stuff makes a lot of sense. I don't know that going and attacking big companies right now where we're not a stable platform and don't have the numbers to back it up is a strength that we have time for right now. I think what we need to do is consolidate not only assets but talent right now, and really bunker down and stop working against each other in all these micro moments, and find out how best collectively to move forward, break through some of these whale issues, and start looking at things from a bigger map, because the survival of this thing is going to take way more than 1,000, way more than 200,000 people. And
I
that's
agree
just
with
the
you.
truth for the long term. I mean, we don't need 70 million a month, but we need at least, what? I mean, not all space, but VR chat was averaging 40,000 users a month, and that's hard to calculate because there are a lot of um, worlds and assets that are off the grid because they're like getting built on separate servers. But they even reduced their staff by 30 or 40%. So the numbers have to be there, and there has to be unity among the people.
Well, those
Well,
decreasing though.
that's
Oh, I'm
why
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, FYI, there is an RGB unicycle out there, and then I also want to say, not I don't think everyone. Not, I mean, yeah, sure, there's been some that have left because of the Dow or whatever, but I think a lot of people have had to at least step away because um, they need to. They can't concentrate on it as much as they were. They thought it was going to do more than it did, and they gotta feed themselves and their families. I'll give you an example. Some people, I had a real, I had an in-depth conversation with them once a while back, and it was DCL Curations who he put everything on hold to come and try to make what he was making, and he couldn't do it anymore. He had to go back and get to work, unfortunately.
I mean, I know that feeling. I'm doing that 4 days a week right now myself. After 3 years of putting everything, heart, soul, blood, money, sweat, tears into what I believe the future is, but we're still here. You know, 1 day a week, 2 days a week, pick and choosing your spots where you believe in the people around you. You know, there ain't no fucking utopia. Um, except the one you build around you. So pick and choose your spots. That's why we're sitting here right now with people who we know are making a difference. Dr. Drip, Rollo, Toxic. I mean, you know, new people keep coming with brilliant ideas and new energy to reinvigorate what we're doing. And the people with the big hearts who keep lending their time and their talents to help people grow, that's how we're moving. And it's real important that we also think bigger, even bigger than Decentraland, and welcome all our Spatial fam, Hyper5 fam, on Cyber fam, people who are building conceptually around us. That's what we need in our lives right now.
I think that's the true definition of what we would like to call Web3 and decentralized, right? A DAO. I think that's the true power of what it is, and Make said it real good. So I really, really, really thank you for sharing that, Make. That was amazing, actually, bro. I couldn't have said it any better.
I think another piece of that, to get around to your original question that you asked, like, should you go to outside funding? Like, I think it's a good idea to understand that we don't all have the same why for being here, and that my why is going to look very different than your why. So some people are here to make money, like that's their, it's a business, it's a transaction, it's transactional at the end of the day. That's okay. I think other people are here because it's their safe spot. Probably a lot of people don't understand that, and that's, if you don't understand that, you can, consider yourself lucky. But I think that if we're assuming everybody's here for the same reasons, that's also really, not a good way to look at it, because yeah, well, because we're not all here for the same reasons. And yeah, go ahead.
I don't doubt for 1 minute that there are any number of people who have land and have been here, or maybe they haven't really done much with it yet, are keeping their eyes and ears open, and when the time is right, they will be back.
I agree. I
And
agree.
what pisses me off is that was me in 2020, February 2020. I didn't see the land I wanted. I didn't see what I liked. I didn't like the sun or the sky. Like, it wasn't what I wanted, so I left. And guess what? A bunch of really talented people built a world without me, and that will not happen again. So everybody, like I hit that moment 4 years ago. So there's people hitting that moment last year, hitting it this year, that they don't see the world they liked. Well, guess what? The world doesn't stop. And I can't tell you what it feels like to come back in the bull run of 2021 feeling like an ass, like having my tail tucked between my legs, like walking into this world. Yeah, I've been a landowner for a long time, but I didn't build it like other people did. So like, I don't know. Somebody, we were talking about that recently, that you hit this point where you give up on it, you don't like it, you come back. Actually, it was Rustan. It's Rustan, like, I think. And so just I think for a lot of people, if the client works and this place takes off, a lot of our friends are going to come back, and they're I'm sorry, but there's going to be some metaverse experts returning to this world who want to tell us all about our world. Mark my words.
You know what's crazy too, Canessa, is like I think you're so accurately right too about a lot of these things, and I do also want to just highlight, it takes a lot of us to build, right? And even though we all have different initiatives within us actively using this platform, whether we're users that we're here for the experience, or we're here to socialize, we're here to create, we're here to monetize, there's one thing that we all still share in common, which we should all take ourselves out of that perspective of looking at it that way and looking at it at a different perception where we all still use the platform, right? We rely on the functionality, we rely on the stability, we rely on the interoperability, we rely on a lot of stuff of the operation wise, of development, of the experiences within this platform. And just like you said, maybe, it's not a bad thing to look out for outside grants. And the only thing that may come through is the conception of having different motives of what we are here for. But again, we all share that same mission, which is the experience. We all rely on a stable, very interactive, and functional experience. So we should all take ourselves out of that perspective of looking at it like that and put it into more of a perception, again, as a group of a community experience development and stability, whether it's for the better of the platform rather than for ourselves. Taking ourselves out of the equation and looking at it as a whole, as all of us as one, and what we all would be needing and experiencing, whether it's for today's users or tomorrow's users, and those that may have been here already that are waiting for this change. I think that is something that could help us potentially, not obviously change our lives, but just give us a little bit of an extra push, right? It's always this the start of that role that you might need, right? Just to get the ball rolling, right? That little extra help and push. I think that outside money would be just something to consider. So we won't hurt the dial funding. We won't hurt any other additional funding that may be given to us. We would be bringing in value with that fund that's not being deducted from the overall development progress of our gross profits of the platform. And just like you mentioned earlier, I think you said something about 7,000 earning and 2,000 expense. Yeah, that's a good margin. That shows of signs of improvement. And if we can add to that with quality and of course with investments of that nature, where we still all here to incentivize. Obviously, I'm here to make money. You're here to probably make money. All of us here pay. I mean, at least make a little bit of money for what we're
I'm here to
expertise are.
just keep
You
sending my
know.
bags to zero, little brother
No,
biomedic.
I get you, bro. I get you. Again,
Hold on one
Canessa
sec,
said it
because I
right
got to
though.
shout someone out in here real quick that
No
I
problem.
would
Go ahead.
love you all to meet because it's important whether he's just going to hang out or just leave. But my man Strike down there, who is wearing that face, I have been around him since Tubes. From the Utes, he has done almost all the fun one-on-ones you have ever seen with AGZ and some of the other people. And I think it's a great opportunity to say, like, hey, first of all, like, look what Sandbox did. They went out and fundraised and got $20 million, right? Bring in more of the people doing dope ass shit around you to do dope ass shit, and there'll be more dope ass people coming to hang out. Like, maybe, not all 10,000 beasts have made it in yet. In fact, there are three faces I've never even seen still. But at the end of the day, new people are coming in. Like, let's take the dead youths and bring them in. Let's get the people around you involved. But I think outside fundraising should be done on a much higher level. Um, I think Sandbox raised $24 million to keep expanding what they're doing. So yeah, you should bring in whatever clients or whatever thing you want to bring in. We should do that. But there might come a time where it's time to fundraise a bit. I know that changes some of the structuring, and we've seen it go good and we've seen it go bad on some platforms. Uh, but we got to keep the wheels turning.
I,
But either way, if y'all don't know Strike, and when I say please follow that man, if you don't follow him right now, because He's like a Dr. Drip on the timeline.
Real quick though, sorry. I have to get this out because I need to shout someone out. And Canessa, that is you. I don't know what Decentraland would have been like if you weren't here all this time that I've been here, and I don't think I would want to know what it would have been like. So, I I do want to say that.
Shout out to
And then
Strike.
welcome, Strike.
Shout out to Strike, man. Hit you with a follow too, and Make. Yeah, definitely, I agree. I think looking a little bit bigger is the way to go. And something like you mentioned too, when you said it's time, or where it comes to be a time where there might be some fundraising part. I think we spoke about that a couple of weeks ago here at the same space. I've mentioned it before, where we sort of can create a Decentraland meta union, right? Whether how that mechanics will work, I'm not sure. We can speak upon that maybe on another time if it does become an idea, right? But I think that's the part of where community building comes into effect, right? Where we create something that works. But just think about it like our regular IRL life, right? We have a union with benefits and what they call is union dues. And those union dues are being allocated to certain expenses and certain developments and, of course, returns. And I think if we create a system where we all can get a part of being this sort of decentralized union powered by the community, right? We can then all incentivize ourselves as well with these incentives of union dues and sort of development allocation funding and etc. I think this is something where we as a community, specifically Decentraland, honestly, right, where this is like the first metaverse, honestly, I've ever been a part of. I've been to many, thanks to Existence having me send me like a list of like 100 plus. Thank you, Existence. I wasted like 3 weeks of my life visiting those people, but it was worth it because I met a lot of amazing people. But yeah, definitely, this is the only metaverse I know that gives us that power for development and where we take the course of this platform's overall growth, right? Its expectations. And I think it all depends on us. And that's what's the beauty of this platform. This is why it's on the grayscale. It's the only metaverse on the grayscale because they knew the value and what it's based upon. I mean, just look at the white paper. It says it all, right? We are the power and the future. We are the engine of this platform. And I think, again, what Make and Kness and Sin4 showcasing and what they're doing, and a lot of other people here, Old Guy, Low Poly, Super Nina, I can go on for days, right? So, again, like we spoke earlier, so many heavy hitters in here. But initially, it's all coming together that's going to make a very big change. More voices together make a louder noise. And I think we need to all sort of realize that and figure something out. So, yeah, I mean, what are some talks or feedbacks on the union part? I mean, I'm curious to hear what you guys think about that. If that's something we already established the outside grant part at this point, I'd assume. But what would be your thoughts on this union thing, Sinful, Kness, and everyone else? Just curious on what that would reflect on.
Well, I mean, like, I think I kind of said it a few weeks ago too when somebody was talking about like forming DAOs. Like, I just, as long as everybody's in it for the same reason and the same outcome, like, and everybody's gonna operate, with the best interest in mind, and that's just really hard to do with any group of humans. So it's yes, go for it. Good on you. I think like it's a good idea in theory. I know there was somebody in our community this winter that was ready to form basically a union that would basically bring all of these complaints to the foundation. I mean, and there's some power in that. Like, if everybody, like, if these Saturday spaces are spent really, complaining and complaining and complaining, like, at what point do we just stop complaining and go on strike, stop logging in, stop buying wearables, stop participating? I mean, or do we just like to hear ourselves complain because we get the dopamine hit?
I
That's the
agree.
point.
I think we don't we try to figure something out, don't we?
I
I
mean,
think
it's
I,
At
leading
least
to
somebody
that now.
tell me
I
we
think we
do.
do, but I think there's just a certain point that if we do, but nothing ever gets done, then at what point are we like kind of powerless?
Can I push back on that a little bit and just say,
Yes, please.
without Saturday spaces, without you guys doing what we do here, there's no way in holy hell I would have ever, sold stuff I care about passionately to go buy some land. There's no way we get the beast through. There's like things happen here. The energy that is in this room is doing a lot. At least for me personally, it is done. It is changed and made me feel like Decentraland is a home instead of another visiting place in the multi metaverse. So that's on you, Kanessa and Sinful, that you've really cultivated a space where we are allowed to be ourselves and get emotional or not. It's a safe space where, let's be honest, the Tao isn't a very safe space, and hopefully that can change with the future comings and goings. I have to say, in the last, I don't know, 3 months, I've met 5 or 6 Decentraland landholders, that don't know what to do, don't care to do very much. Um, with this new client, I think there's an opportunity to take, our best and brightest, just like we're making a wearable competition right now. And instead, it's like low poly models, Mr. Dingya, last from, insert your favorite builders here, where, hey, yeah, we just broke everything on SDK6. Half the world's going to be missing in all these great places that existed. Let's offer all owners starter homes or starter things that are actually sussed out by our best and brightest. Let's shine a light on these incredible builders and start fresh, by welcoming people back. Instead of saying, hey, your shit's broken now, learn how to fix it, where most people didn't fix it the first time and they paid for it, or they just bought some fucking land. It's like, dude, I would have never really I paid for an exorbitant amount of money for my first space on Alt Space. And then I settled into Spatial next because Spatial gave me a gallery that was easy to use. And then I took other steps, trying to build stuff out, working with other people, downloading stuff. We have an opportunity now to re-welcome everybody to a new platform. And I really think it blows my mind that it's not thought about enough, but considering what is coming and what will be broken for so many, I just think it's extremely important. I think it's more important than doing a wearable contest. I think really, if you took a broad brush, there's an opportunity to welcome all these people back right now, and it can be done from the community that's still here.
Hey, real quick, I want to just take us back in time real quick. I want to reminisce on this one moment real quick that
Oh,
Make just
geez.
said, oh, yes, Make, you know it's fucking coming. Yes, you know. Don't be blushing now. I'm going to pull your cheeks now. I'm going to pull your little cheeks. I'm just glad that I met you, brother, inside of All Space, because if it wasn't for that moment, me running into you in All Space, we would have never had such an incredible legend, such an incredible DJ here inside this platform. I introduced him here, and look at him now. He's part of our family here. And I think that all of us have experiences like that, right? We all had a moment where we met someone else outside of a different platform and has become now ingrained in Decentraland and still here today.
Dude,
And thank you,
Biometa,
bro.
you put me on Twitter, you MFer. Thanks a lot for wasting like 3 years of my life.
You was on the wrong platform, man. What you wanted me to do? To just let you keep doing it? I was a good friend from the gut, man. I told you the truth. We here on Twitter. And thank God for that, because you found us here at Community Building Decentraland. You know what I'm saying, right? But besides all that, man, thank you, bro. Thank you for being a part of this community, putting in all the effort you can. A lot of us, we know that we put a lot of our energy into this. Like Sin and Kness and a lot of other people in here. Old Guy, so many of you guys. I can go on for days. Zom, Alpha, back in the days with Beaver. Shout out to them. Put in a lot of effort to this platform to develop it to what it is today for free. Nothing starts off to be great without investing, right? And I think our investments with our energy, our labor, our time, and our own financial investments has made this platform to what it is so great today. And just thank you, each and every one of you, really, each and every one of you. I can't go down the list because there's so many, but we all played a major role in history here. And I think one of the pioneers who are in here right now, which is the host, Kanessa, can say for facts that they've seen this platform remold itself and reshape itself in so many different forms and shapes that for it to be where it's at today, we really have to stop and really pat all of ourselves in the back because we've really come a hell of a long way from community what is it differences and delays in development, lack of development, and many things. We've came a long way. So shout out to everybody, and keep being great, guys. Keep being great. It's amazing. I can't wait to see what 2025 has for us.
Can we say hi to Strike? Strike, are you on? I can't see you, but man, I'd love y'all to meet Strike. I mean that sincerely.
Hey man, thanks for the love. I'm normally not available on Saturdays, but my kid happened to go to bed at a decent time. So no, thanks for the love, Meg. I actually jumped on to Decentraland for like the second time ever last night. And I was trying to make it into your DJ space, Meg, but I forgot my I didn't have like the login to my original one that I played once before, so I had to go through the tutorial or whatever, and I missed your guys' DJ set by like 15 minutes. But I just fucked around for a while, just walked around. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoy it for sure. Yeah, I'll just I followed Kinessa here and Sinful and Biometa, and you know a kid called Meta Beast. I followed him too, and maybe I put notifications on for your spaces, Kinessa. So I don't know that I'll be able to speak much, but I'm definitely here to listen. I'm a gamer at heart. I've been gaming since I was a kid. I play online games all the time. I love like sim style games. So like Decentraland is right up my alley, man. I grew up playing Sims and shit like that. So um, yeah, I mean, if I might have some questions for you when I would decide I want to buy something in the metaverse. But yeah, it sounds like you guys know what's up and you're super helpful. So thankful for that. I'll step down, but I'll keep listening. Appreciate you guys.
By the way, this is a straight shill, but I'm gonna do it anyway. In fact, he's wearing a 1 of 1 that was a combo of a DGen tune that I had one day that he took and made into a Ute, and he's doing something real special with the dead Utes. Too long to explain, but I'll just say one of the most talented artists on the timeline right now, and a huge heart. I'm so stoked you tried to come in and hang with us, and we're gonna make sure you get to where you're going next time. That's 100.
Yeah, for sure, dude. For sure. Thank you. And yeah, what Make is talking about is I'm doing. We just finished art after 4.5 months on a Utes derivative. Like, just finished art like last week. I'm doing 1-of-1s right now for the next 2 weeks, and it's essentially like I've been doing Utes edits for 3 years. I've been doing OK Bears edits for um, probably intertwined with that for another year and a half or whatever. But this is not just a derivative. This is what derivatives should be. Derivatives shouldn't be thrown together. They should be passionate art projects made by people that hold the original collection. So I'm super passionate about it. You can check out it's at dead_Utes with zeros for O's, and see the kind of quality we're putting out. So we are a derivative, but we are of the highest quality possible. It's a cheap mint. We're not trying to money grab anybody. It's a $5 collection, 3333. There's 5 artists that did it, including me. And I mean, we're talking probably 400 hours into the art between 5 people. So it's I look for some of you guys to check us out. We're minting on Friday the 13th next month. So yeah, that's to give my little spiel there. But I really appreciate you guys letting me talk today.
Hey, just so you know, the next Ute IPFP is going to be dead, my friend. And what was great, that you were coming through last night, but I saw AGZ, also one of the artists who's a meta beast, out last night. Haruko, I believe I'm saying that right. I might be butchering it. Also a meta beast. You know, I mean, this is literally what it fucking takes. Amazing people around us spreading what's possible. And it's so freaking important that we get the drips, the strikes, the people who come in, the Rallos, and we all come from different places trying to build something amazing, and we find ourselves together to push. This is the difference of what makes something work or fail. You know, who's going to pick us up by the next set of bootstraps and take us into the next space? Who's going to be the next ice poker, you know, for other people to enjoy?
I ain't gonna hold you. I love Ice Poker. That's one of the dopest games in Decentraland. I ain't gonna hold you on that one. That shit is fire.
Strike, thank you so much. Sin and I do this space every week, but we take turns on who hosts it, unless I rug. So sometimes it's like he definitely seems to rug less. So shoot him a notice if you want on those as well. And I see your profile says you're a based artist. That is awesome. I'm gonna check you out more. I'm learning.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Based Artist is. Are you familiar with that collection on BTC?
I'm like jumping down this rabbit hole, so I'm
it's a ordinal collection started by Alexa Goddess. That's her and I want to say it's a 222 collection, PFP collection. Super small. It's like a super tight community. If you're deciding you want to jump into ordinals and kind of feel like it's a lot to learn real quick. Honestly, the community is unmatched. Super helpful people there. The Alexa, the founder, co-wrote like a huge guide that she gave away for free on people how to set up mining rigs for BTC before the halving. She had tutorials online for it. Super helpful. So yeah, if you click on Based Artists, if you're interested in jumping into ordinals, that's why I got into ordinals is them. I was kind of curious and kind of felt like I was in a little bit over my head. So they're a great community to join. I don't remember their floor price on their PFPs, but it's pretty small. But it's a great community, and I'll add Sinful to my notifications. And I'm a dad, so I'm out of Minneapolis, so pretty much the only time I'm online where I can like actively talk in spaces. This is a super rare occasion. Is late at night, so I'm most active in Web3 between about 10 p.m. CST until about 2 in the morning. So that's my time.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Sinful? Sorry, Canessa.
No, that's okay. I have the same wonderful challenge as you, Strike. I minted the name Daytime Degen because my Degen hours aren't at 2:00 in the morning. They're pretty much from 8 to 3:00, unless there's ballet or soccer. And yeah, I feel you. We got this. We got the best one-of-ones.
Yo, Strike, by any chance, you ever heard of Sinful and something called Beyond the NFT? Just saying.
I'm just saying, when dead make D Beast. Either way, you're wearing my favorite thing, and I ended up with this crown because I sold that Degen tune, and every time I see you post it, I regret that immensely. But this is not just a shill for an artwork or a project. This is a shill for a fucking great person that I've locked arms with as long as you guys, maybe longer. So, mad love, family.
Un hermano de Make es un hermano de nosotros. In other words, a friend of Make is a friend of ours. Welcome, family. Welcome.
Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me talk for a minute. I'm gonna step down and just listen, but I'll try to join in, when I can. And like I said, I'm usually not active during the day, so but I'll keep notifications on and try to jump in when I can. Appreciate you letting me talk for a minute. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you. And take care. Very nice to meet you. I thought I saw Lastrom was up here for a little bit, but we probably lost him, huh?
That might
Yeah.
be my fault. I have that effect on Lastrom, you know it.
But Strike, yeah, if you're still listening, anytime you have any questions about Decentraland, just feel free to let us know. DM me, Canessa, or anyone up here in the speaker panel. And I mean, a lot of us here in the space currently are also very, very knowledgeable. So definitely, it's a place to make friends. So it worth trying. Let's see.
Can we
Yo,
go back?
shout
Oh,
out to
I
Cowboy Tom too, man. He's gonna have Decentraland inside his bar. If you guys don't know, he's dropping a bar in New York City, and he mentioned he will be showcasing Decentraland in there. So, big shout out to you, Cowboy, for showing us love out here and being a part of the community too, brother.
Can we talk concept real quick for a hot second on providing landowners something dope from the community, like get our finest and dopest creators and maybe rally around it? Because I think the one thing with SDK 6 going down and these incredible builds breaking, it would be really great to offer people an opportunity to have something from the community. And I think if that's something if we care about that, right? And if some of our finest builders would be willing to make, whether that's a contest or whatever, I mean, I think it makes such a huge difference to a new beginning. Thoughts? Really?
Well, as stated, they are out there, but yes, they are difficult to find, and I do agree there should be an easier way for them to be accessible. So, in that
I think
respect,
it's less like accessible and more like a re-welcome wagon. Like quite the opposite.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a findable thing. I think it's like a welcome back to your home thing or welcome for the first time. Like I said, I have 4 people in our lives, in my lives, I've met in the last 3 months who own Decentraland in IRL life, who have never done shit, have no interest in finding something to build or build it themselves, but they'd be super curious. I mean, imagine you could get an email or something back or a token that says, you are entitled to one of these incredible builds as a welcome back to the new platform. I think re-energizing the
that's one of those
users would
things
be
where
incredible.
somebody could take it upon themselves to do that, and I don't see any reason why anybody would stop them.
I think what Mate's trying to say is that somebody should not be a somebody, but should be everybody, like a together thing. I think that's what he's trying to do the kumbaya right now. He's trying to get us all to go to.
I'm
I see
done
you, Make. I
chasing.
see
I'm
you.
Okay,
done
I
somebody
chasing
has
see
to
you,
an
Make.
image.
organize it, though. Somebody has to organize it, though. So there is that, and get others on board if
Well,
that's
I
what
like
you
the
want.
idea though.
We have these kinds of things. Correct me if I'm wrong, Canessa, but we have these kinds of things all the time. But it ultimately it falls on at least one, or maybe if you're lucky, another person with you to streamline it, to put it, to make it an actuality.
Yeah, I mean, I'm to the point where if I have people like suggesting stuff, like I'm not writing a canny request for other people. Like, do it, just do it. Like, there's so many things. Like, I got my own shit I'm trying to figure out. Like, there are so many ideas out there, but at some point, like, it's not, nothing's gonna happen if we don't just do it. Like, just if you got the idea, do it. Like, there's too many people waiting for somebody else to write that proposal or write that canny request, and I think that, like, it's a good idea. I think that's a great idea. Could it, like, should it come from foundation? Maybe, but like, do it, Do it. I got you. I'm
I mean, you know me. Don't put any more.
Don't threaten him with a good
Listen,
time.
don't threaten me. You know I'm a pest. Dude, they see my name in the foundation and they just start pushing it down the can, hiding. I start yelling at people. I mean, shit gets weird. No,
I
I
think
think it's
the reason I say that is because so many times, like somebody will request something, and then other people will take it up, and then they'll get the pushback, but not the original person who suggested it. So I think it's just like if people want it to happen, they'll make it happen.
all right. Well, I am going to push a little hard on this. And I felt this way for a hot minute, but again, when I see stuff like whatever I saw the other day that's going to be broken, Oasis Koto, and you're like, wow, okay, so maybe they won't come back. But if there was like a, hey, sorry, we broke your shit, but here's a new house to hang out with and meet some new friends. If we had, again, just like we just did with wearables, but adjusted to letting everybody have some options, you have a fundamental way to welcome people back to your platform besides just telling them their shit's broken. And I think it's incredibly important we do something for those who might have taken a break or whatever else, and then they come back and their stuff doesn't work. I think that's a real bummer. Like, to me, that's like taking somebody's art and just throwing it out without a solution.
It shouldn't be that difficult to set up like the first time you go onto a parcel you just purchased, and like here's a bunch of options for things you could do, or like it should be easy for the foundation, not easy, but it shouldn't be that difficult for the foundation to set up a means of communicating with the users who've just purchased land or just come back for the first time after an update that broke everything, to to provide solutions. I would think, like, even if like there's the first iteration of it is still just like a clunky link to the GitHub with Mr. D builds in it, and then like future iterations where they're like, hey, like you said, like here are actual things you can just clean up. It shouldn't be that big of a like an implementation ask.
I like exactly what Jared's saying. I mean, it would be dope if they focus on SDK 7 as being the latest platform, but having it coded with backwards compatibility, where users that still have SDK 6 don't have to or are not obligated to migrate over to 7, but still have the functionality and support and stability of 7. I think something like that would be pretty dope. I mean, we see it now, but that transition that I mentioned earlier that's available, it breaks the build itself, the file itself that isn't SDK 6 once it's being converted using that internal conversion mechanism that they provide. But yeah, Mick, I think, and Jared, facts, bro, facts. I think that it shouldn't be that hard, but it just requires more dedication from the community side. I think that they might be trying to have us let us do that. And if that's the case, then it all comes down to what people want to do, right? Because some people don't want to do free work, right? We all know that. Those that know what they know that are very good at, they're not gonna want to do it for free, right? Sometimes it's because it's expensive or it requires a lot of work and time. But
But I'm not even
you know,
talking free. At the end of the day, if you do it just like I mean, we just talked about earlier, what, like 10,000 mana for a wearable contest, right? I mean, that's probably a good starting point where, again, we know who the 10, 15 builders who step up and build amazing shit are. It's like, if I could have a low poly model house right now on my land, it'd already be there. And I am working with Mr. Dinya's stuff right now on Last Slice. The deployment thing is a story for another day. But regardless, I would actually think I'm way out of the norm. Most people are fucking simple. Like, most people don't want to build shit, they just want to be a part of something. And I think where Decentraland is this empty concept to build your statement or whatever, that's not the normal people. Normal people want to just come hang out, be a part of something, have an option to hang with people and be like, this is my cool ass place that I spent, You know, my former client, I think he said he spent $40,000 on his land, right near Ruston. $30,000. Has never built shit. 5 parcels, and in the Decentraland name with all the stuff, and never put shit. And it's like, if you could drop him, you know, they put those 30 parcel concepts in world, but if we celebrate the people around us, yeah, financially get them paid and rewarded and have their names and plaques on the future of Decentraland, I think it's incredibly important. I think it's such an opportunity in this scenario. And I will, Canessa, show up and I will say this out loud. And if I have to ask existence to help me write another proposal, I will. But I think it's more like, would the builders have interest? What is the bottom line? Is there a way that we could, you know, the more people choose stuff, the more mana you make? Like, it's time to reinvigorate and reconcept what a grant is, what things are. We've already learned the hard way about throwing money at things for rugs and everything else. Let's find ways to do it for larger groups of people. You know, find solutions for the whole instead of like the excitement.
There is a team responsible for, or not responsible, might be the wrong word, but there's a team that is helping people. I believe it's grant funded to upgrade from SDK 6 to SDK 7. Example of people who are broken with the SDK 7, you know, the sunsetting of 6. Like, if a pop-up, just let them know that exists, to be like, hey, like, reach out to these guys. You know, they can, you know, get you on their, you know, their list of people they're going through and helping upgrade. Like, there are things that, like, that the DAO is doing that could, you know, be better communicated. Though I think they're probably pretty busy right now, like helping Knights of Antrim and other projects. But I definitely think that better communication, as it with most things in life, is you know, worth pursuing.
Yes, that miscommunication. She is a freaking bitch. But to answer your question, I think several of the builders will say, "I've done that. There they are. Go get them." I mean, you might find some that are willing to do something like that, but no, I heard you.
I think we're in a brave new world right now. We're losing the web. That's the other thing that just blows my mind, is that for at least the beginning, people aren't going to have access, right, via the web anymore. Like, you have to go client.
Yeah, that is my understanding, is that they are just going to discontinue support for everything but which, to be fair, makes sense. Like, most, you know, it's good to put all your eggs in one basket, like really focus on creating one just really good experience. That said, it also, like, alienates some people, like, you know, like a Zesty Beam who's using Linux isn't going to be able to use a client. So that kind of, you know, that does alienate, but that's obviously a small microcosm or a small percentage of users, and you got to kind of. And I think that, you know, Linux users are probably pretty used to being told, sorry, you can't play with our toys.
I don't know.
So,
I think
just to point out, one of the most popular ones right now is not web-based. It's a launcher.
I don't know. I would argue I've had at least 50 people come in since the beast came in, one at a time, and literally 2 of them downloaded the client. Trying stuff like, I mean, I know Rave Mode, like all these things, and I'm a Mac user, and it's like every time the client stops working for the Mac user for a little while, I go back to web. That's pretty mind blowing. I don't know. I think it's a lot to ask of people to download a client in this current volume of reality.
Here's
I
something.
agree, especially like we were talking about before, like in Web3 especially, like I'm like always so apprehensive about downloading anything just because like I feel like a target, just because I like to tweet about the metaverse. So I definitely agree with you. It's a huge hurdle, but I think if like the goal is to onboard normies, then it might not be the worst idea. But I do agree with you that like trying to get actual like active Web3 people to be excited to download something versus just, hey man, come to this website. You know, though you still have to connect your wallet to the website. It is still like, you know, there is still some friction, but it's just like, it is obviously less scary and much easier to click that one button.
But at the same time, if I want to play Fortnite, I downloaded Fortnite. If I want to play Roblox, I downloaded Roblox. If I want to go to Nifty, I downloaded Nifty. It's also not that out of the ordinary to have these things. My freaking problem now is my computer's running out of space, and I'm not getting rid of Fortnite. So that's the problem. I think. I mean, will come. They have incentive if there's reason to come.
Like new homes. Come get your new home on your land.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, I mean, like I would
has
agree.
to
Like
be
if
taken care of
if
and
Client
fixed. Am I
2.0
running?
is
Can
really
anybody hear me?
capable
Hello?
of bringing the fun,
Hello?
then I think we'll all look back at these conversations about how we weren't sure it was a good idea to abandon the client and like kind of laugh at our doubts. But like I still I don't know. I think we all understand why we have doubts that maybe the foundation team will pull off a client worth downloading. Though I know some of you have actually gotten to use it, so maybe you're more optimistic than others. But I think that it's hard to picture them coming together and providing something that you're just like excited to download and to be like, no, trust me, you've got to download this and check it out because it's not Fortnite. It isn't. It's not that fun.
So how about we set a date where it becomes, if a certain amount of things are not fixed or met, enough is enough, and we storm the castle. I mean, right? I think maybe that's what we have to do, because we keep going through this, and then we go through that, and then we go through this, and it's to me it's getting to the point, how much longer do we have to do that? And it's really hard to bring new people in because of some of these
back
things.
on Jared
just a
and
thought.
say Friday nights are an MF vibe in Decentraland. 2 events were crack-a-lackin' yesterday evening, good sir. So I don't know. We're making the metaverse fun again in our corner. Just ask Lady Neversaw. Let's go.
It's true, but I mean more like from the gameplay physics. Like it's fun because the
You're rugging. Rug
Damn it.
City, my guy.
We heard the damage part clear as day, though.
I got ideas. Definitely to make it fun. I think we just gotta play, guys. And I'm really bad at executing my ideas, but I got some shit. KJ Walker helped me make it happen. Now I gotta make it happen. But why I play Fortnite? Because it's just fun. There's no fucking politics. There's no Dow. I just give them my money, and I got no headaches. It's just fun. Today, I was playing random squad fills. So I was in 4-person squads. Everybody died and logged out. So I'm by myself against everybody else who's got 4 teammates. I fucking got a shotgun and I just dominated and slaughtered 3 squads by myself till I was killed. And I had so much fun. No politics. Just fun. No trying to onboard. Nothing crashed. It's just so why is water so successful at eroding continents? It's because it just chooses the path of the least resistance. That is gameplay 101. People are just going to go where they're having fun. That's why they're going to Roblox. That's why they're going to Fortnite. I love Decentraland because it's my home. But when I just want to go have fun and just not fucking think about all this bullshit, I go to Fortnite and I bring blood, and it is amazing. And I know I have issues and I'm working through them. Don't worry. But they're going to go where it's fun, or where they can make money, or where they have their friends, period.
How about the fact that if the apocalypse happens, our host and our co-host will be absolutely the 2 we need to be behind. One will have a sniper rifle. Mew, mew, mew. One will have a shotgun, and we will be fucking all right. So, when the water from Antarctica fills everything, go hang out with Canessa and Sin, and you will be saved, even if you can't shoot a gun.
You don't know how accurate you are with that. I got the seeds. Okay, I've been prepping for years. I'm a 2-minute run from the wilderness, and let's go. Some of us are waiting for that day and kind of disappointed.
I am a soon to be well
an able-bodied 31-year-old man. So the way that the politics look, I might be in the Battle of Taiwan here in a few years.
I live up in the
Good answer.
mountains and I got good sites for sniping in my house. I got a couple extra rooms with well lit locations. We could survive here for a while. I'll start digging a ditch, prepper ditch. Listen, we got Stone Cold Killers hosting this space. So if you like what you hear, like and retweet the room. Get your fucking hula hoop out. Mew, mew, mew all the way home. We're going to the fucking promised land. Sorry
It's
for
crazy.
cussing. I haven't slept.
It's crazy to think that we've just been running for like almost 4 hours, and it feels like it's been one.
Doesn't time pass by fast when you're having fun?
I gotta look in my little snack cubby here, though. I think I got like Golden Graham granola bars because I'm like a kid. Golden Grahams are like the best.
I'm already drinking.
I'm gonna hit up Canessa and DC. I'm like, pass me some rations. Over and out.
I got the MREs, don't you worry. I was in JROTC in high school, man. We were like, yeah, I was thick. We were cooking up MREs at school. Not normal.
Full disclosure, I am half a container full of a Chilada Modelo right now. Just absolutely living my best life. Jared, now that you're back choking your little demon, we really need to start doing the making Jared feisty show. I think I'm ready for it again.
I'm probably still rugging. I just went into the laundromat, but I'm down.
What happened to what's her name? She was doing the radio. No. God damn it.
Nay.
Yeah.
She got accepted into like a master's or a doctorate program, and then she also started like a different job.
I think it was also the same time that the
like,
wilderness grant got through, and I believe she was named on that and then went to med school. Sorry, I'm still salty that they had $6,000 on their social media budget and made like 2 retweets in 1 month. So I want some of that. I want some of that too.
I actually thought, I thought that their last grant had failed. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know that they had that social media budget.
There was also, my understanding, some inner turmoil.
I'm just hoping for a DJ to earn grant because shit is getting expensive. I'm almost $4,000 into DJ, and I'm like, motherfucker.
You know, Meg.
Sorry, sir.
I mean, that would also make a good transition into a topic I did want to cover today, but I'll let this topic finish and hold it. Jared, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm sorry to let Make know, but that the music festival DJ battle parties I think are probably off the grant table for at least a little while.
Don't get me
I think they're still pretty.
I'm still working off my original entry to Decentraland. There are still some people who hate me because of MetaTracker. It wasn't my fault.
Wait, are you MetaTracker?
I definitely am not, and I have since
all fingers are pointing at you. All fingers are pointing at you because somebody's always to blame.
I don't mean have a fucking contest. I just mean DJ to earn, 1 track at a time. Just like as if you were, Spotify or Beatport, like 0.001 cent mana per track. I mean, shit, I burned through 60 tracks last.
I guess.
Honestly, MetaTrackers gets a lot of heat, but they did onboard, like, I think One Existence came to DCL through with MetaTrackers. There is, like, a few...
I came through
Don't get me wrong.
They did some good things with me and Bio hosting the Wearable Wednesday Fan Art Friday. That's what got me to stay. My very first night doing Wearable Wednesday, I had we had a ton of people. Odd Job, Goldilocks. I can't even remember everybody who was there. And that is when I met the community and saw who a lot of these people are. And
that said, the majority of that money I feel like went to like overhead nonsense. Like if all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars they had taken was like actually given to the community, I think there'd be Like they did give some money. Like I know Ruslan got paid for his parcel. Like everyone got a little bit.
No,
but there's
Ruslan did
if
not
you cut out
accept
all
it.
that over.
Ruslan would not accept it, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't
He
even get me
100%
everyone
just
else
wanted people to come to his place and have fun. That's
Ruslan is pretty bad at making money.
That
I
is
believe,
Ruslan.
so that makes sense.
He just
But
wanted people there and to have fun.
He's also somebody that
So
people like to buy his NFTs and artwork. It's a random truth about life, but we love him. And again,
Okay, Alpha.
all I'm saying is
I
there are
heard rumor
ways.
there's Ruslan gonna drop sometime in the near future.
Can we have more Drip? Can Drip come out here with his damn sexy clone? This MFer convinced me to start looking at clones. I'm like, stop it. Put the wallet down.
I was looking at Animus.
I've been looking at those clones too, and then I put it away for like 6 months, and then all of a sudden I realized the floor price is so cheap, and I look again, but then I realize I don't have money for a clone.
And Kanessa, I think you should organize a Foundation Decentraland Fortnite battle.
Maybe if you kill everybody in the Foundation in Fortnite, they'll just let you and Sin take it over, and then we could start this again. Burn it down.
There was a great clip.
Aga, the lead dev, plays Fortnite every day. So and then she with some of the changes. Well, yeah. So anyway, I was like, you're like turning it into Fortnite. I like that. But so in San Francisco, we did do like a VR thing where you go in and you put the virtual reality headsets on and like chest pieces, and then we all got weapons, and so I got to see everybody's fight style. That was nice. It's nice to know who I'm up against. Poor Nico he didn't have a weapon. He had like a fire staff, and so then when we got killed, he had to come and touch us with the fire staff.
Was there no Bard in that game? Because I feel like Nico would be a Bard.
I know. I mean, I sometimes I feel bad even like giving constructive feedback because Nico's so damn nice and like, but it's okay. I still do. But I will have you know that our best shooter and most accurate, highest accuracy was Yamel. So I left feeling a little slighted. I was number 2, but at the same time, I like knowing
Watch your back, Jared.
I find this Yamel doesn't hate me as much as other founders of Decentraland, so it's okay.
I think you need to give Jimmy another shot, and maybe I'm not even. No, never mind. I retract that. Do what you gotta do, but
I gotta say, ever since he's been choking, though, ever since he's choking his little fire demon, I mean, yeah, how could you stay mad at Jared? I do miss the nose of the bird a lot, but I don't know how anybody could not like you when you're choking your demons.
I think every one of us has the capacity, to be an asshole or an angel. So I think there's.
I actually really like Yamel. I am very hateable. I'm very hateable. I actually like him. I've read a lot of what he's written in the DAO, just the forums. He put a lot of effort into trying to help people have their land stolen, like update the contract so they get it back, and then just got shit on by all the people who are like, no, you'll steal our lands next. So no, like Yamel, like he seems like his motivations are good. I'm not sure I don't know anything else much about him as if he should be leading the Foundation or not. I don't know what his background is in business or anything, but as a person, he seems like he's decent.
As a person, I like him. I freaking like him. Like being able to have pretty cool one-on-one talks with him, like in San Francisco for 5 days. Let's just put it this way, if he wasn't good, I wouldn't be here like busting my balls for 5 hours on a Saturday when I could be fishing. Like I would not be a part of an organization that if he wasn't good, like a good person, like if he was a bad person, I would have been like out. And is he a good business person? He's a kid. I mean, he's trying, but like in my mind, yeah, we have a long way to go. We haven't hired for that position based on a battery of applicants with Fortune 500 business experience, right? Like he is one of the co-founders of Decentraland. But I so I don't I
technically, I think that's retconned history. I think technically they added like that he was on the founding team. I don't know. I read all the blogs, and in the original blogs, they like made a real key distinction between like Esteban and Ari as the co-founders, and Yamel as a founding team member, which I don't really understand the difference. But
I think
I
like
don't know.
it was cool in Argentina just to hear a little bit more. Like it was the place where it was all founded. It was like a work studio, and they were all there together. And I think everybody's probably working on different projects, kind of like together but independently. And I think that this was not necessarily Yamel's focus, but he was.
I
Okay,
know
that makes
somebody who
sense.
really, really likes him.
That photo of Yamel and Fancy really makes Yamel seem more personable. Like he looks like I feel like they're doing T-Rex arms is how I would want to describe what I can picture in my imagination.
We were sneaking down the hall at like 1:00 in the morning to some random Airbnb that some nice guy from Consensus rented, and he's like, "You must come back to my flat." And so we're like, "Sure." And
those were sneaking arms. That's what was happening.
Sneaking arms because it was we were being loud, and I don't know if you guys, elevators in Argentina are really small, so I think we were all like shoved in the elevator together. But yeah, that was I mean, if would we prefer some really big good business person that we don't even freaking see let their guard down and they're in a suit tux? Like I don't think we want that. I'll just tell you this, like like I wrote that Dow proposal to get 2 suns in the sky. I told him my story of why I needed that second sun in the sky, and the first thing he said in Argentina was like, I put the second sun in the sky. And it's like, dude, like where the fuck else? I can't do that in Fortnite or Roblox. Like, yeah, we got problems, but just because we have problems doesn't mean you give up. You don't, if your ship is sinking, you don't get off the ship. You start bailing water. And the captain goes down with the ship. They never get off. They fight until the end. And that's a choice everybody's got to make what they want to do here. That's what
to reinforce what I said about you earlier. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have those 2 suns.
Big facts.eth.
It's realfacts.eth, and that shit was minted. I don't know how you don't know that. You've known me for 3 years. 2 sons and a shotgun. We taking over this bitch live with Knessa and her hula hoop.
Here's I mean, I know I've told the story. I don't speak much about him, but I got the tattoo on my arm. I wouldn't have got it for just the brand logo. Like it had to mean something. I have 2 beautiful children, and so those 2 sons are my kids. And so my firstborn, got the big son, and my secondborn, got the second son. And so then when I'm in Decentraland and there's 1 son, so I told my son I was going to put the sun in the sky for him. And so, the first day of looking at that new sun and showing it to him, and he's young.
And you have a perfect way to sidestep Decentraland should somebody who start giving you crap about it. But it's about my 2 sons.
Yeah, it's about those 2 things more precious than Decentraland, and
that's awesome.
They watch what I do. Like nothing matters. Nothing else matters really at all in the world. And when you're a parent, you know that, and that's why I push, because they see mom in the Dow. They see me doing all this, and like I was a special education teacher before that. Like they saw me, like I don't know. Anyway, that's my story. That and so
that said, boiling your contribution to Decentraland down to the 2 sons, I feel like that's like the lowest. Like that's a dope story, and I love that story. But I think like from a contribution to Decentraland, like that is like doesn't make your top 10. I feel like, but
including just out here selling land to people, just hanging out, selling land. Can we get Alpha Angels up here? Alpha Angels, we miss hearing your voice, man. Come just peekaboo for us, family.
Fact. So, about the time I came up with my One Existence name, I think it was Alpha who I ran it by the very first before I changed it.
Well, real
Best
facts.
conversations we used to have in alt space, sitting in the corner late night, shooting bottle rockets and doing
Graffiti in the
graffiti.
wall. Yeah.
God damn it! I
Dude,
hope we
those
get
shit is
VR and
iconic,
spatial
man.
audio, and we could go back to like living in the future.
I
believe VR is on the 2025 roadmap, isn't it? Someone who goes to the meetings can confirm that.
That's the rumor I heard.
I gotta say though, the VR thing, I mean, at least from everything I've seen thus far and what platforms can hold, it's just such a different animal when it comes to what space is needed and for all those little extra things. Like all the gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. And I just kind of feel like we'll need a few generations before we get back to technology that existed a decade ago. We've given up on space to make it available for everybody. So they're going to have to really reinvent the wheel when it comes to what's possible in VR before it's
I
fun
remember
enough.
when I first came in
Told you
here.
I heard a rumor, Jared. Told you I heard a rumor.
I remember when I first came in here to DCL, the first person I met was Alpha Angels. I remember that I had this cheap ass computer that was a Windows, it was a gateway computer. Please don't judge me. So I had that, and yeah, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even jump down the wormhole. And Alpha Angels was just so happening, spawning around. I'm over here talking on the mic because that's all I could do. And yeah, he tapped in with me and introduced me to Decentraland, and that was the first person I met. After him, then I started meeting a lot more other people, which led us to Alpha Angels meeting me with Mariana, Gold Guy. Shout out to them. And then I met Biffine, which today everybody knows he's co-founder with me and Vita, but he's also my best friend as well. So it's just crazy how Alpha, back in the days, assembled a nice group. Shout out to the Beavers fam, you know what I'm saying? And it developed to where we at today. And again, this is history we're talking about, right? We all just spit some history here, right? And looking back at this right now, it's incredible. Just thinking about that, we're looking back at it at this point right now instead of living it. It felt like it was yesterday. So shout out to Alpha for being who he is and being such a community-driven person outside of business. And we miss you, bro. Come back, bro. You know what I'm saying? We want to see you in worlds. We miss seeing that glowy crown and that ledger around the neck. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It is crazy how like the first person you meet, like the first person who gives you your DCL like tour, like I feel like people really do like. There's like an attachment to those people. Like you like I don't know. It's one of those people like you're like I don't care what anyone says. I'm gonna ride or die with that person. They
Big
gave me my first
facts. Big
wearable. They
facts.
brought me to Wonder Zone. I don't care what
You
you say.
spitting
I will
facts,
get.
bro. You spitting
I will
bad
get in
facts.
Jared's DMs and write a 6-page essay about why he's an asshole. Biometa.
I love. I knew that was coming. I love you, Jared. Listen, I
No,
love
no, no.
you.
Yeah.
I love you.
I would know. I would
You
just,
know that.
but
You
it's
know
true. You're just ride or die. That
that.
person that shows you around, you're like, listen, I know what your beef is with my boy, but I'm gonna come in here and tell you why you're wrong. And you're like, okay, well, we'll have to.
100%. Jared, I can't argue with you. I mean, God, little brother, I just want to choke him half the time, but I love him to death.
You know I love you, Jared. You know I love you guys. At the end of the day, I think this is where we've came to, right? I think this is why, again, I wanted to highlight the community building space, right? Because not only we talk about problems with development, financial stuff, but look what we're talking about. We're talking about how we once had a difference, and today we're speaking all together, developing and talking about a better tomorrow. I think this is what part of community is, and I think this DAO, this whole concept, it's working, right? We've met each other IRL, we've hung out, we've created not only virtual and digital and physical memories, right? Because virtual is the metaverse, digital is here in spaces, but also physically. And I think it's working. I think it's working. And Jared, I'm gonna text you another 6-page essay how much I love you tonight. All right, I promise.
Okay, well, don't get too drunk tonight. You probably got stuff to do tomorrow. But it kind of makes sense if you think about it that you'd be that attachment because like most of us, like unless you're Canessa who was here buying like during auctions or shortly thereafter, like most of us joined during like the pandemic at some point. So like it makes sense that like when in your real world you couldn't go out and meet new people, that like those people you met in Decentraland in the metaverse, you like connected with even harder than you would have maybe regularly.
Yeah, they're like your circle, right? Like your inner safe circle, if you want to
Yeah,
consider it like that.
they were like they're like your lifeline, your your
Facts.
sanity.
Facts.
Because people are inherently social creatures, so like to have like so many of us were like, working and then sitting at home, just being told we couldn't go anywhere. So yeah, no wonder, no doubt, when you like sitting by the pool and Alpha rolls up, you're just like, yes, finally a person, a new friend. I've been waiting so long to make a new friend.
Yeah, it was dope, man. It was
Listen,
dope.
in
It
the
was dope.
corner in Alt Space, there was DJ Tracks, Biometa, Alpha Angels,
Met a
and we would
DJ.
hang out in that. God damn it, I wish more of you got to see that place because it really, when it worked, and it didn't because they were all fucking jumping ship and there was no support. In fact, Nira came in here. I've been begging her since she came in one day to come back because she actually built the client for Alt Space for Mac. Um, she built so much shit, and I would just love to see her part of the team building the VR capabilities of Decentraland. But
That was pretty cool, make that world, man. I'm not gonna hold you. That all space world, man. I remember that graffiti nights, and we was doing a whole bunch of multi functions at the same time. Like everybody was playing basketball. I was shooting
I think
fireworks and all of that, which is
the
pretty dope.
true spatial audio and depth, where you could go like to 3 different floors and have conversations with people like normal, like we're having right now. That has been, I mean, for everything that platform was not, and there are plenty of things, avatars, the
You know what I
spatial
want to do, Meg?
audio
I want to run
capabilities.
by you one day and hit you with a snowball in World. That's what I want to do, just like I was able to do there. I want to run around and go hit an old guy and Sinful and Canessa with snowballs and running and having a snowball fight for December. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what you got to do
I
is
was
you got to go
shooting
get these
Ruston.
glasses.
No, the glasses. I was shooting Ruston this week over at Angzar. Like, there were a bunch of us in there testing out the new Neuralink.
Oh yeah, they did have snowball fights that you didn't need stuff for.
Like, you know what shooting Ruston feels like? The good.
I don't think I'd feel bad. I mean, I don't have the
feeling.
If you hear him talk sometimes, it would feel absolutely... I can't think of the word.
Everything that I love about Rustan also drives me crazy about Rustan, because Rustan was like the nicest dude when I was not the most popular. He just DM'd, he's like, "What's our beef exactly?" And we had a lovely chat. But at the same time, like every time I'm like, "Why are you? What in Jester? Come on!" He's like, "No, like, come on, he's not so bad." Like that dude is just too nice to everybody. He just has such a he can see the goodness in every single human being. So it can be infuriating, but at the same time, you're like, well, okay, I'd probably better to live that way than
And
the other options.
Let's talk about his talent as well. Don't forget, he also plays piano. I came across my Moby.
Wait, he plays piano?
Do you want to hear Ruston play piano right now?
Hell yeah,
I guess I
put it
do.
on,
I
put it on.
I didn't even know that.
Oh my god, you're
I
gonna.
never even knew he played piano. What?
Okay, let me see. I had problem with my volume earlier because I'm on the.
Just so you know, the piano is like one of my favorite instruments. I played it in high school when I used to go to Mary Bertram High School in New York.
Are you sure you're not an 80-year-old man?
I'm reincarnated, Jared. I'm reincarnated.
Okay.
They always told me that I look like somebody from the Beatles when I let my hair loose. I mean, so I just learned to accept it at this point. You know?
Okay, here we go, guys. This is Ruston. Okay, to hear the rest, you'll have to buy the NFT. But yeah, that Ruston, yeah, just like never mind being a YouTube influencer, millions of subscribers. He plays the piano.
You're gonna have to play it. You're gonna have to play it in the CBD VC, because I could hear it, but it wasn't the greatest.
Well, I thought it sounded low.
Got it. Okay.
It's called Two Sons, a Shotgun, and a Hula Hoop.
Oh man, no, that guy. Where is he? He's out enjoying a Saturday on the beach, and he can surf.
Yeah.
Really
I
got
can
it.
surf.
too.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
out
he's a
painting
surf.
bathing suits
Well,
on
he's
people.
actually a surf photographer. So, you know,
What doesn't he do? What does he not do?
I don't
Sleep,
know.
I guess. I guess the thing he doesn't do is sleep.
And I love when he
He,
tells us it's easy. It's easy. All you got to do is learn how. It's like, bruh, not everybody. It
Well,
doesn't.
that's cool, Jared. At least me and him have that in common.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have other things in common. You also seem like you are pretty good at seeing the good in people. So, you know, you're
I
both
love
good
you.
networkers. Anyway,
You both
I
like
have no
He
donuts?
could
dexterity.
sell you a car, that's for sure.
Do you like flying? He hates flying. If you might have that in common. I don't know. That's the only thing that I know that Rusan doesn't do is get in planes.
Yeah, that's probably good for him not to do that.
But yeah, most overrated artist in Decentraland. Whoever said that, way out of line.
Oh, that's right. That's what you said to him.
I think my exact words were you. I was talking to someone else, being like, "You guys just confuse tits for art," and then most overrated. It was
My favorite is when he doesn't want to get paid for something or be recognized or whatever, and then he starts going on about how he's not being recognized. Like example, Warcast or Farcaster is kind of a which I totally get
Uh,
that.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if that makes much sense because I've never heard him really complain about much of anything except Warpcast. Because Warpcast, they're losing people. They're not doing array, I guess.
I mean,
So it's not necessarily a complaint, I guess per se. You just never I don't know how to say it,
I've
but
heard him complain about things, but it's usually about why Decentraland is falling behind other metaverses.
or why people complain about
But
building.
at the same time, like to hear
The
him talk
way he says
recently
it, it's funny.
about that is like he did leave. He did go to Hyperfight. He did go to those other places, and he was like, I had to do it, and now I see like, like he had his time where he was discouraged with Decentraland, and then he came back. So it's, I don't know. That was interesting just to hear him like reflect on that. Um, and to hear him come back to this place, like that's super. I was so sad when he started building more and more like other places. I was like, okay, like that's fine.
He's the golden boy. He's the golden boy of Decentraland.
AKCB, let's go.
I don't think we would call Rustan a golden boy. Can the dude who pays his bills painting naked ladies be the golden boy?
A
But he's
hundred
certainly.
fucking percent. This is the Central Land. We could do whatever the fuck we want. Um, I'm gonna teach my 13-year-old how to cut the grass, so I have one less responsibility. So my grass is about to have the weirdest haircut it ever has today.
That's goals, man, goals.
One chore getting taken off the list. Let's go.
Yeah, I love making it a game so that it's fun. So that it's fun.
The funny thing is, I'm not even gonna pay him cash. I'm gonna pay him Robux. So you know.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I keep saying is like anytime they get cash, all they want to do is bring it and be like, "Hey, can I?" Well, the new thing is bait coins, like fishing bait coins, so that we can play a fishing game, and when we can't go out and fish in the real life. And it's awesome that they're bait coins, but like, yeah, $10 for like a boat that you can take to the Florida Keys and go catch a marlin. Sure, like, but that's all they want to do is trade out their fiat for money they can actually use. So I don't know. I'm bullish on this digital money thing.
That's
Can you
pretty dope,
please
actually.
come to ETH Denver and teach us how to do stuff while you're here?
Word. Hell yeah. You should talk about that a little more. Actually, I'm actually a little intrigued by that. My ears started tinkling real quick. They're like, whip, 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 whip. Like, I'm
But
like, okay, can I say, hold up.
but what? But what?
About the digital gaming, and everything else on that side.
Oh
You
yeah.
seem a lot. You seem very bullish on that, and I actually tried it not too long ago. I'm not sure if it was recent or could have been recent, but you posted something about online gaming. I think it was Roblox or something, and or Fortnite. Could have been one or the other,
Oh, it
but
was Fortnite. It was the
yeah.
FNCS. Yeah, it was the
And I
FNCS
hopped in it,
staff.
and I was like, "This shit is dope. What? Okay, so I'm missing out on this. Okay, so now that you're talking about it, I'm like, okay, so my ears are twinkling right now. I'm like, okay, Canessa, keep on. I'm hearing good things, and then Make hyped it up. I'm like, okay, Make, let's go. Let's bring on more what Canessa's talking about. But yeah, definitely, I definitely want to start diving into that and checking out these different metaverse or metaverse-like games that are more based on like Roblox Fiat type of concepts. They seem to be dope. My son's in it for a long time. He's building in Unity and started learning how to build in Unity by meeting some friends in there. And somehow, somewhere, they created a group, the Discord. Got to meet all of them. Nice, cool 12, 13 year olds. And now they're building in Unity. And I think that's the future. Just like Kanessa said earlier, it's like the fact that you can just go in and spend some money and have fun and leave with no responsibilities. I think that's sort of what we need to simulate with the DAO in some type of way, right? And I think the more, I mean, quote me if I'm wrong, you can correct me, Canessa, Sinful, Make, anybody. I think what stresses most about the DAO is the politics, right? I think we can all agree that the politics is sort of what is the stressful part about this, right? And I think if that would be just
I don't think that it's the politics. I think it's people literally attacking race, people, the
politics.
fights that go on. It's like I gotta be honest. I think as much as suggestions and all these things make
I
all
mean,
have
Canessa said it
sense,
earlier. We need to do
yes
action,
or
bro.
no answers would for the short term might bring more people back.
I
Like
agree, and I think a
stop
lot of
trying
us.
to have everybody's opinion after the thing and just yes or no and let everybody else hash it out, on in a public enough forum where people aren't going to act like absolute trolls. From what I experienced towards the end of MetaTrekkers in that DAO, I've never been back. I have voted on proposals that have been direct from people I believe in, and I read them and did, but I have not stepped in there once because that was the biggest deterrent. That set me back at least 6, 8 months, maybe a year. I didn't even until this space, and I really started coming a lot. I just really wanted nothing to do with DCL.
I could agree to that too, but it influenced me a lot more to be active by seeing a lot more people recommending to be more active, and being that we are active users, I think everybody should be a little bit more active, a little bit, and due diligent inside of these proposals. I myself been trying to make it a habit, just like I would make it a habit to check my Gmails and text messages, DMs every morning while I sip my coffee and my toast, eat munch on my toast. But yeah, I think it's something we should all be considering. Truthfully, Zom's laughing on there because Zom knows he's like, bye, are you crazy? But the truth of the truth, I think you make a good point. We should all be a little bit more active, and I think it would benefit you as well to be more active. I would love for you to be more active.
Yes or no answers. Take out all the look. We can't spend our time attacking the people helping us grow, and it's
Correct.
just too aggressive. It's just like too much bold opinions without enough solutions involved in the responses, and then it just tires you out. It makes frenemies all around you for no reason.
Correct. I think
Like,
MetaTracker showed us the darkest point of what the DAO can
I
become, and I
mean, it might
think
have
that we
showed
learn
us,
from
but I
that.
think a lot of people have seen it through a lot of things. I mean, it wasn't the only one, right? There
I
were
mean, at least
plenty of
those that
holy
experienced
ones
it might say it's
moments
like.
that, I mean, I still got my holy ones.
I mean, I'm just saying, at least those that went through it, my point is that they experienced it firsthand and got to see that change and experience it. And at this point, it's up to us, the OGs. Canessa's been here since day one. There's a lot of other people that's been here since day one, maybe a little after her, like Bitfield and other people that I can mention right now. But it's up to us, the ones that have been through these experiences, that understand the dynamics of how to leverage the course of what the dynamics of growth can go and where it should be going. If our best intentions are to embetter this platform, again, with age comes wisdom, right? And I think with the metaverse, there isn't no time. I think it's just experience, and we've experienced enough to understand that we are wise enough to sort of govern these decisions amongst us to help influence the newcomers and those that are still in here that possibly may have those old tendencies and
mindsets to alter them and change. I mean, today's space, honestly, I'm not gonna even hold you down. Like I've really haven't spoken this much, honestly, and connected with many people the way I am today, and I'm really excited. Honestly, I'm shaking of excitement because I'm seeing the growth. I'm seeing the change. I'm seeing the communication becoming more flawlessly transparent with everybody. Despite the differences, it's about the betterment of not only the platform, because all of our investments are a part of this platform, but the betterment of the experience of the presentation of it all because we represent the platform. And I think that's the overall goal. And today we've accomplished that in many different variations of ways. I just wanted to highlight that. And again, just give Sinful and Canessa their props for that because today we've accomplished a lot. I just don't want that to be overseen.
So I'm
And I want to expand on my admittance that I made as well because this is coming up and it hurts me to no end what was done. I thank them for what they did do for me, but I was used. My good intentions and my kindness was used. It was my idea for the whole VP, use the MetaTrackers NFTs as or to vote on how MetaTrackers VP got spent in the DAO. There was also we were building a committee to build the committee, so to speak. We were discussing what we were going to need to run the DAO, and it was going to be a board like it's been talked about before. And we were going through the details on who specifically, what kind of people we're going to need to do this. However, every week, and I started noticing, this is when things started to become clear to me, that every week there was somebody, he would bring somebody in that was going to be, that I guess thought was going to be part of the discussion group, but in reality they were just there to shill them because they were going to have a proposal put in and wanting our votes.
so
And I don't know if you noticed that, Bio, but that's exactly what was
Yeah, I
going
mean, I
on.
was gonna
it's
chime
funny
in.
And
that the
it
three of
hurt.
us all.
I was gonna
And I'm
chime in
sorry,
real
but
quick and just say, yeah, I mean,
I
me in
had to get that off
existence,
my chest.
now that existence is saying it, fuck it, right? Might as well just say it out here in the recorders, but I don't give a fuck. We're gonna say it out here because at the end of the day, we're growing out of this shit. So, well, don't break you, make you. At the end of the day, me in existence, we were used. We were sort of, I won't say the word manipulated, but influenced. And yes, I did take some money of the grant to be a streamer. Obviously, you guys saw my name on the grant, which associated me to the defectiveness of their project, right? Because I took money of the grant. But me in existence had no internal connections with that brand or ownership with it. We didn't work for them at all. We were our sole separate and proprietary brand or self, you know what I'm saying? Separate from that entity. But
I,
again,
I was paid some too, and a lot of my money went back into the community, whether
correct.
I hired somebody to create something or I gave it away
And that was
somehow.
something that now that we're being transparent about everything, me and Existence did speak about, like how we're going to spend this money, and we decided to spend it back into the ecosystem. Because again, it was something that benefited us, but at the same time, we projected that, the way things were going. It was like, okay, I still got the money, might as well just put it back into buying wearables and purchasing in certain names or whatever the case may be, right? But
I think it's better to live a life of being like optimistic and like taking people at face value and being wrong than to be cynical and right. As a person who's been informed that I'm very cynical by such people as Cheddar Queso and a few other community members, which I was like, no, I'm not me, am I? And I was like, thought I was like maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
But
but
I think it's better to
you're
be
open to
live
get
your
hurt
life.
much
Yeah,
more.
but
It was a
yeah,
rough
but it's
time for
better
the
to.
people who were loosely involved with MetaTrackers, let me tell
correct,
you.
correct. I
And
mean, but
I
with
mean,
that being,
For
you
sure.
know
with
what? I
with
mean,
that being
because
said, real
I
quick,
was
make
farther away from you two on it, but I was definitely involved because that's who I came in through you all. And you know what? I love meeting the DJs and the different artists that came in. Did I like when everything went wrong and I spent 16 fucking weeks in a space for 2 hours and I was promised 3 parcels of land? And then I was told after it all finished, hey, yeah, I'll give you your land for all the work you did that we agreed upon, but only if you vote to do something else. I'm like, no, that was the last.
Whoa, that's
Don't.
crazy.
That
That's
set me
wild.
back. That I mean, I was promised that land for all the work
Yeah.
I did, and I had all my meetings with it,
Yeah.
and then I was told sorry. But this is a great opportunity because there's something that's really like a light bulb, and maybe I've got a lot of light bulbs, and maybe I've just been drinking and not sleeping. Um, build to earn,
Why not both?
build to earn BP. So instead of just owning what you did, you actually have to participate in the future of the growth of the platform by actually building on the shit you have and putting in the time. And instead of being rewarded in money, you get rewarded in voting rights.
There was actually a Fez, former member of the facilitation squad, now works for another thing, but good dude, and who'd put in a lot of thought and effort into kind of crafting some DAO governance for how to like improve the VP system. One of the ideas he'd had was about like stagnant land, like VP decay, basically. So like if you're not like actively, doing it or using it, the main issue, as HP is always very effective at pointing out, is like if you have like in-world based requirements from like a person perspective, it's so easy to bot because like the idea of like your land being worth more VP if like you host events like Canessa does every week and people show up, increasing your VP that land is worth, which I think is a great idea. But battling the bot situation is just so impossibly difficult, as
I don't
demonstrated
know
by
that it's
HP's
that
ability.
hard.
Yeah.
Like, go look at the Fidelity. I think it's Fidelity. I don't know if it's the bank. All their bots say the same fucking like Fidelity 0001. And at the end of the day,
Those are NPCs.
well, regardless, bots don't do the other stuff. Bots don't respond to people. There are ways to check in, daily activities that would have to change, like say GM to 10 people. But regardless, build to earn BP or stay growing
Nifty.
is a hell of a lot better than, hey, I plunked down a shit ton of money and I'm just going to try and earn money by passing my own agenda.
No, I do agree with that. I definitely agree with you that like it's not impossible. It's just a challenge that needs to be thought through and tackled for some of the elements. And that's definitely good. It could be, like one of Fez's ideas was like you've deployed something on your land because like there's a shocking amount of DCL land that nothing's ever even been deployed on it. But then HP points out he's like, well, look at the what's the Northwest Territories grant or DAO district Etheria, like they all have like a black steampunk, not steampunk, cyberpunk floor. So he's like, well, that would technically count. So like it's there's a
It's
very,
gotta
I don't
be
know,
thicker
but
than water though. Like for this
yeah.
new, we are in a brave new world. Like I said, everything is essentially gonna break, right? Like 80% of Decentraland will no longer be functional. Is that a fair statement?
Well, we can't talk about that for now. I guess we'll have to wait. I guess
But
respectfully, I
most
think.
I
likely,
don't actually know the fallout of the changes.
Yeah,
well,
I think that's a
I'm just
conversation
saying
for behind
there
doors.
is like a Phoenix situation here, um, where you don't have to give away money, but you could reward people for growth. And I think I mean, who knows? What do I know?
I think if the good people in Decentraland just keep doing what they're doing, building and being good, it'll all turn out okay.
Hey, real quick, I mean, now that we're in the community building space and we usually, talk about onboarding, I want to give a shout out to Mr. McFly and Lady Never. Mr. McFly represents the Pigeons of New York as well as the Pharmacy Phantoms, which is a Styles P's collection, which is a music artist. No shield, guys. I just want to welcome them to the community. They might have lost connection. They were trying to connect with me. And Lady Never as well, one of the first of Pigeons of New York's females representatives, also being an active user now. So I just wanted to welcome them into Decentraland. They've been really being active, supporting every event. I see them around every event. They're at Meta Tokyo's, they're at Old Guys events, Baby Dolls, Canessas, Sinfuls. They're everywhere. Like, I see them everywhere. So I just want to just give them a shout out for being an active user now, coming in and really being a part of this community and sticking around because I've seen them in here for quite some time, for a couple hours actually. So I'm actually glad to see them participating in Sins and Canessa spaces. So hit that follow. Don't worry about that. Hit that follow with both of them. Tap in these spaces because this is where we're at every week. And as you can see, the vibes are high this week, and it's never gonna get dull. It's just gonna get better. So shout out to everybody. Alpha, I see you there, King. Big love to you, my brother. You know the love is never lost, and we miss you. And you know I don't gotta talk too much. You know what it is, man. Hundreds of hours put on the phone with you and everyone else in the community in the Beaver side. And I'm just very grateful to have met Alpha and have been introduced to all the amazing people that I was introduced to when I first got in here with Alpha Angels introducing me to Sin and everybody else, and you know Mr. Dignia and everybody else that's been part of the community and still a part of the community. And again, you make a lot of valid points. I do want to highlight the fact that you know overall your intentions today. I've really seen you more passionate more than ever. Specifically now that you own land. Yeah, I see you, fool. You're 2x2. Want to shout you out for that, but yeah, man, I'm really excited to see you build and what 2025 has in store for us once again with the new client and everything else that's coming up.
How much is land these days? What's the USD value of
Well,
some
let's
parcels? I
ask
haven't.
Make. He just bought land,
Free
right, Make?
99. It was free 99. It's a hot flash sale. One unicycle sold with every parcel. And I do have to shout out Lady Neversaw. She has been getting down with us, Beast fam, like at least the last 10 weeks and absolutely ripping it. Been super supportive. We just this is what we just keep rallying the good around us, support the people who helped us get here when they deserve it.
What's the beast floor?
Free 99. There is a sale on Beast right now. It
There's
is
no way
free
it's.
99.
Now
Is
Jared, the
it
parcels are like about 310. You know, 310.
That's not
Any
bad.
car for 99.95.
310 and a beast is like about what 400, 400,
No, no,
500.
no. Beasts are probably sitting around 300.
Come
Parcels
on,
are
May.
around
Come on, May.
300.
Give or take. Let's
I
round to the
heard you
nearest
could buy
hundred.
one, get one free if you're
Some
careful.
Stop
Buy one, get
it.
one
somebody
free.
swept the floor. Somebody swept the floor. Like 10 of them just recently. They were 0.14.
You know, I've heard
Was
that
the
soon clowns and deer are also going to be available on Decentraland, but it might be a rumor.
I also heard that it's probably a good idea to have a, if you can't get into the OG, to have a bit beast as well.
Yeah, and if you are a beast, make sure you actually have signed up to receive your beast points. Because I got to tell you, as builders, where I can't tell you, what I can say is make damn sure your Twitter and Discord are connected and you have your AKCB. So every week you're earning on your stuff. Because those points, like I was giving out 140 every week and entering a contest every week, I'm done doing that. It's now 70 beast points a week because I'm stacking some up for my damn self. And
Yo,
I
real
oh by
quick
the way, I
too.
have 9,000.
Real quick, Canessa, shout out to you because I ain't gonna hold you. I looked at my wearable list the other day and I noticed that the same PFP you have on, I had a wearable that was all of like a beast wearable. I'm like, what the hell? How do I got this here? So shout out to you for airdropping that to my wallet. It was a surprise. Appreciate you.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I sent that out. Had that made with my little beastie. Brandon Manis made that. And yeah, just if you're a beast holder and you don't have one, let me know. And just wanted to give something back, to everybody. Definitely was fun.
Yeah, there's one thing you haven't been doing enough of. It's giving back to the community. So thank you for finally stepping up.
I'm a Dow drainer. I'm up to $50 that I've accepted from the Dow. So I kind of think I'm
Thief! She's a rogue!
$50.
She's
Oh, I
a
know.
rogue!
I'm a scamfluencer. Remember, I give my money back, and somehow that was a bad thing. But okay,
I like that one.
you're
Haters
hearing it
gonna
first,
hate, ballers
guys.
gonna ball.
You're hearing it first. Sony just
Yep.
announced that they're creating their own blockchain called
Really?
Yeah, I posted it up above. Sonium. So,
That's a good name for
probably
their own blockchain.
probably nothing. But I'm a little bullish.
I do wish we could get everyone to stop making new ones, but I get why they are, because like from a security perspective, you want to have the keys to the kingdom. I get it, but the metaverse is gonna be a lot harder to pull off when we all have to learn how to like jump between the Disney blockchain and the Sony blockchain.
Well, Disney has a very large stake in Matic, so I think that is. You've heard my conspiracy theory that they put Matic in their accelerator program and then they buy $1.5 billion worth of Epic Games. They're creating their own metaverse. Like, you can see my timeline. Like, Disney's already adding skins. They're adding The Incredibles to Fortnite. They're adding Cruella de Vil, Maleficent, and I don't know.
So you're saying I need to buy more Matic?
I'm not financial advice, but
I'm opening Coinbase right now.
Somnium sounds awful close to Somnium.
Worst rug for me, like outside of Altspace VR, was Disney Infinity. Do you know I spent literally an entire another console for their metaverse, and I bought all the little characters for my kids, and they rugged that space hard as hell. Like $600 in Disney Infinity. It was amazing. You could be any character. You drop them on, go be Luke Skywalker or Iron Man. It was an incredibly well-made thing, but man, did they rug your boy.
That's yeah, ouch. I was gonna say that's why like Web3 gaming is so vital, but at the same time, Web3 gaming is rugging left and right. So I retract the statement that I didn't say.
What are the thoughts on the incentive proposal in the DAO? Anyone read on that?
There needs to be something, I think.
I need to reread the draft, but I like the concept in theory. It's hard to execute effectively, though.
Do you mean the canny one specifically?
No, the one in the DAO.
Oh, well, there was one of. Oh, maybe that was a while ago. When I was Googling. I'm trying to find the canny because I want people to go upvote my canny I put in for an eyedropper for the color picker.
I mean, I still think MetaDoge is part of the cabal, the evil cabal of DAO drainers, but
I'm glad you said that.
I do still think that to be the case for not just my own personal not great experiences, but like I remember other people have talked about how like he wouldn't like vote to ban certain words because he didn't want to like upset the Rob L's of the world and stuff. So like that's like I don't know. I have a hard time with someone who won't take like an ethical stance that they believe in. Because like if you don't want to vote to ban a word because you don't believe it should be banned, okay. But if you're not going to take an ethical stand because you don't want to upset, whales. Like I don't know. That feels a little less than ethical to me. But
yeah.
But I like the idea. I do agree in the concept that there should be an incentive structure created like that. I like the foundational philosophy.
DJ to earn.
Mm-hmm.
But the one to award cannies that passed. I don't know if it moved on to the next one, but whatever I was looking at, it showed it passed.
I thought all grants and just like DAO stuff were dead anyway. I'm kind of like really weird.
And that right there is the piece that like I've had so many people tell me that and influential people that are like that sorry, like it
when I was writing the governance to freeze grants, I was told by a few people that they wouldn't vote to support that unless it allowed for platform grants to continue. And then, ironically, at some point, like a couple months ago, I was like, I guess maybe we should just unfreeze grants. Because the whole premise of freezing grants was we'll freeze grants, and then we'll focus on fixing things. And then everyone kind of just forgot about that. And then the DAO Regenesis came up. But like just before the DAO Regenesis was announced, I was like, well, why don't we just like kind of unfreeze the grants, guys? Like no one's trying to fix anything. We might as well just turn this back on. And then a lot of the people who are but hopefully the DAO Regenesis is the meeting of the minds. Who is that? Candace, are you going to that? Are you flying across the ocean?
I am going.
You got that YML hookup, or because you're a teacher, you can't be just flying across the world for.
I'm not a teacher. I did maternity as somebody like maternity.
She's a counselor and a killer.
But you work in public education, is that not correct?
No, I left teaching after COVID, and then I did like sub positions. So maybe that's like last year I was teaching full time, but not like Yeah, I had to
Okay.
give the job back. The teacher wanted to come back. But I'll take this moment to make sure to remind everybody that we did create the questionnaire. If people weren't here at the beginning of the space, up in the little crow's nest here up above, please click on that. Take the surveys. There's 3 of them. We chunked them apart because one giant survey. Nobody would have wanted to have that. So some of them might be only, fill out what is relevant. But please, please, please fill that out, because that's like us as community members. We didn't ask permission to do that. We just said, hey, I think there should be a survey. Like, it's legit the closest thing to a hostile takeover I've ever done, of like, I think we should survey people. Are you going to do it? No. Okay, let's do it. And then Punk Pink and Jenko also helped like create the questions. So I don't know how else to like get everybody's feedback other than just ask you and have you give it to us. I'm like scared of the data and like picking it all apart, but it's okay. We'll do that. I want to have feedback from the community to get to Portugal, put that in front of them and say, 85% of the community think this is the problem. Like, what are we going to do about it? So please, 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 if you please fill it out. It's like the only time I feel like we've ever really been able to give our voice, and hopefully they're willing to hear it. And if they're not, then I guess at that point, we just walk away from stuff, because I don't know, I'm not going to be a player in a game that is rigged. So hopefully those of us going will come back. Hopefully we'll come back with more insight, and hopefully it's what people want to hear. And if not, then whatever.
I'm in. Maybe we review, proposals, or at least point out the stuff that makes sense. I mean, honestly, I hear about the whales all the time. And again, shame on me for not going back in the Dow, but it was just a very disheartening experience where I felt like I just couldn't, I didn't need to be a part of it, where you could be a part of a change in here and do good right around you, instead of just like that toxicity affecting my happiness. But it is time. So I got it and I'm on it. Zom's sitting there and he's got rainbow hair, and he's usually the last person called on when you call everybody out. I try and flip that, but hi, Zom. Sorry, guys.
And Zom, you finally have hair in World that looks exactly like that, which is pretty cool. I didn't make that connection until now. How are you? Zom's probably running to grab coffee as we speak.
Well, he missed an entrance.
There you
Hey,
are.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, you're talking about the Sony blockchain or whatever. I knew that was. I just wanted to touch on that. That was one of the reasons why I actually ended up in Decentraland. I ended up on an EverQuest 2 Sony online entertainment exchange server way back before you were allowed to sell virtual goods. But I'd make like $3,000 to $4,000 just literally selling like $5 skill books and like little stuff. Now, granted, I was like a in-game raider in Sony or EverQuest 2, but like Sony allowed us to transact for virtual goods, and that's what really turned me on to Decentraland. In addition to like many other things, but it was that freedom to sell what you wanted to sell versus like getting onto eBay or trying some scam stuff or some scam site and trying to sell an account and like getting your account stolen with its like 2 years of work or whatever. You go on the site that's actually like authorized and you can sell your stuff. Now, granted, Sony took like what is it, 5% up front on your listing, and then another like however many percent if it's sold.
They took an
But
upfront cut? That's crazy to me.
yeah, but you could sell it. That's the thing, is like Sony would legitimately back it as a legitimate listing, a legitimate sale. Now, like we had this is back in Katrina days, and we had like I was part of a rating guild, and the Sony Online Exchange server opened up after our rating guild was started on another server. So like our guild was like opportunistic and was just like, fuck this, dude. We can go raid shit and sell it for cash money. And we had like an actual like IRS accountant in our guild, and he started working the tax stuff for us. But like we made I think it was like a $4,000 donation to Katrina victims, and Sony Online Entertainment like matched it. It's just like our guild bank had like $11,000 in it, like as far as I remember at one point. It was just one of those things where, as an organization, as a guild within a platform that allowed digital sales, like we could actually do real world shit and real world impacts. And like, in addition to like, I waited tables at the time, so like I had nearly $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 of income just from like playing games on the free time, you know. And that's sort of like Decentraland has that capability, I guess, and not even on a gaming sense, but like so many different levels, you know. And that's sort of like these big companies are going to cash in on that. Like Sony's already got experience in it. Some of these other platforms already got experience of it. But the thing with Decentraland is you got like grassroots. Now you're going to have to like companies will snipe that too, you know. I mean, you see it with Roblox. You see it with like creators that are leaving for other platforms. Not that they've actually left, they're just not focused on this platform anymore, you know. And that's sort of like I don't know. They're gonna follow the money. Like, as bad as it is, as much as it is to like have fun with friends, uh, you're you're gonna follow like your time's worth money, you know, and that's the hard part.
Yeah, you
Anyway,
gotta. Everyone's gotta pay their bills, so it's hard to be mad at anybody who's got to go to a place where they might have a chance of doing that.
right, and it's like I have a lot of free time, so like I can sit here and like delve into DCL, and like I wish I built and did other stuff. I sort of came in to do that, but you know, it is what it is. But it's like anyways, yeah, like Sony made it easy. Sony made it easy to just play and sell your stuff, you know, and that's sort of the like you got to create your stuff, you got to flip your stuff here. It's not necessarily easy to sell it, or and like the hard part is like even if you sold it on the Sony exchange, Sony could still come back and change that item. Like you didn't actually own that item. You're still selling Sony's items, you know. Like as much as you thought you owned it or whatever, it was still belonged to Sony. But anyways,
I mean, in
just a
some
little
levels,
info
though,
on it.
the foundation has made people change their wearables. Like hey, we just realized your shoes look a lot like Yeezys. You gotta change that. So it's, like
Oh no,
DCL
no, and that's
isn't
it.
free
It's
of that
like
problem.
that the rainbow hair you guys were just talking about, like that got changed from a top head to a hair slot, and now it looks like I have Frankenstein head instead of just rainbow hair. And the rainbow got shortened, you know, it's just like DCL regulation rules, whatever. I bought one thing and now I have something else, you know. It's not far from it, but it's not the same thing, you know. And that sort of like fault in consumerism is what like made the what is it that same thing, you know. And granted that they're not doing it on a money gain. It's just like logistically, we can't get a hold of this person, or we got problems with triangles, or some tech angle to it. But that is like that is a something that would push a person towards blockchain. But if the blockchain can't even handle like a permanent item, and they have to go back and change it multiple times, then that's not a perk, you know, to the blockchain. The blockchain has the same thing going on, just for different reasons, you know. But anyways, I digress. I just wanted to touch on the Sony thing because it really brought me into like being able to freely transact within digital items and with the authorization of the company and whatever, you know. It wasn't like I was going through eBay or some shady site to transact for digital goods or time spent in a digital environment, you know.
That's pretty cool.
Incentivize the people.
Thank you for your perspective. I mean, I just saw it on Sam Stefanina's profile, and he is like my top Web3 gamer like info go to, and so it's really cool just to hear your background and your experience with them. Like, those are like the puzzle pieces that when they connect, I don't know, it's just like you get the better view, like your experience with it. They're not just jumping in for the first time, like they've been, dealing with assets like that for a while. So interesting stuff. Thank you very much for sharing, Zom. And I totally know what you mean about the hair changing. Like it's hard when you have a wearable that you love and it gets changed on you. Like there were some I couldn't wear. There's some I sold because I just couldn't. Yeah, it sucked even looking at them.
Remember that really cool kimono that got turned into
That's the
something
one.
really
That's
dark?
the one. I sold it to Jared.
I bought that. And then I bought. I think it was. I remember DMing you because I didn't realize I bought it from you. I'm like, oh my god, you won't believe it! Some sucker just finally sold this, and you were like, yeah, some sucker, you fucking asshole. You didn't say that, but I feel like that must have been the thought that right through your mind.
That's like verbatim what happened, and then verbatim what I was saying in my head. Maybe not, but I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I hear what you say. Oh, go ahead, Make.
I was just gonna say I got a DNG asset to give you back, by the way. It did help a lot.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I actually put a floor bid on that collection this week, and somebody sold me that piece of shit again. But that's okay. I'm gonna send it to Rustan because he was like, it's so ugly that it's actually a good wearable.
Well, I can send you back your wearable now that we fixed it. But although they'll probably break again and we'll need to go test some more.
Yeah, just hang on to it until I ask for it back or something, or we'll surprise Rustan with it. It's, if anybody doesn't know, it's like the closest thing that Beavis and Butthead, like, when Beavis would put his shirt over his head and say he's Cornholio, that is it, but says Dolce & Gabbana on it. It's
and
hideous.
only available for women.
Oh, thank Jesus.
I didn't realize how much Zom and Dr. Drip could look like each other if you changed the wearable. No, look at the hair. It could happen. It could happen.
I think it's that time of day where our blood sugar's low and we're seeing funny.
We're slowly fading.
Yeah, well, probably everybody else has had like food and stuff, and they aren't. But I know we are.
Yeah. I have not eaten yet.
I just got yelled at for staying up all night hanging out in Decentraland, like properly.
You and your online friends.
Yeah, you are like
your wife's like shaking her fist.
You're like
you got a real
12-year-old.
job. Stop doing this.
Oh, wow. Did your 12-year-old self think that you'd grow up to get in trouble again with your internet friends because you're spending too much time gaming?
Dude, when I was 12 years old, there was no internet, so... I mean, maybe there was,
so
but
you're
I
living
definitely
this
didn't
the
have
first
access.
time.
I'm trying to think of... I don't know when the first time I went on to AIM, but I don't know that I was 12.
You're living this experience for the first time. I'm jealous.
Well, on that note, I think it's probably a good time to consider wrapping up. I'd say unless anybody has important topics, but that would probably bring up like really important topics, and then we'll be here for another like 2 hours. So possibly we will go around and just give some last closing remarks, and let's see, what else do we have going on today? I know ABC's did something yesterday, so do they have an ABC event today. Let me check.
I thought they said they were
I
doing.
haven't seen any. There's a Knower space at 8 p.m. Eastern, so 3 hours from now. I don't know what else.
Teaching 13-year-olds how to cut grass. It's gonna be fucking a vibe.
Bro, stream it. Stream it into Decentraland, get it in.
I'm gonna go play squads and take out a battlefield.
My charity event tomorrow that I'm co-hosting, if you can, 6 p.m. Eastern, and Makes performing with felons. And you mentioned a Knower Space, right? That
Yep.
was what you mentioned. Okay, good. Then next Wednesday at 8 p.m., me and Old Guy have a space going on. I've been talking behind the scenes to some new ones. I think you were surprised about Expector. I've been having a long chat back behind the scenes with them, so they might come through someday, hopefully, and trying to get some other new ones that we don't hear from. Hoping to open it up to all kinds of conversation just about the metaverse, and so yeah, no one's really come through to talk about Decentraland, but we are only going on episode 4. But I'm just saying, so that's what it's about: sharing experiences and likes, dislikes, what we want, learning about other places too, what they have to offer, what Decentraland has to offer.
2 sons, a shotgun, and a hula hoop. Damn, I love our killer co-host. Like literally, our killer host and co-host. Thank you guys for hosting this space and making me a believer again.
Do you have a guest for Monday yet that you can announce or no?
No, I was just gonna say probably no beyond the NFT. I don't have a guest yet. Well, and also I didn't want to like do anything too crazy. It is the day before my birthday, so I just want to chill with my friends. I want to do an easy one, nothing with a new person or whatever. Just want to be with my people.
Keep in mind the following is a holiday weekend too, just FYI. Labor Day.
This weekend's Labor Day?
No, the next weekend.
Oh, yeah. I was like, damn, did they move that shit? Yeah. Usually, a week after my birthday is Labor Day. But yeah, no guess. I mean, unless anyone wants to like just chill, I'd be open to that, or if not, I'll just like play video games or watch TV with the fam, whatever it may be.
I think you should just have Jim Cedric on as a guest and just stay in the space the entire time. Just both of you live mic it and just exist together with Jim.
Totally down, especially in the new client. It seems like existing in the new client. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'm just talking about existing. Just existing, being on the platform, existing on it is like fun for some reason. Just sitting on grass.
Oh, that's the other thing. If you weren't part of round 1, it ends Monday, and round 2 will include Mac. So if anybody needs a link, you can join for round 2. And if you're in round 1, you are automatically in round 2. Does that sound correct? People that know?
Yes, I think so.
I think we're safe to say that. I did get permission to post about it, so.
Mac, please.
I sent it to you. Very first thing I did when I was given permission was I took that link and I went right and sent it to you in a DM, sir.
I don't know which you sent it from, but I missed that shit. Let these people leave. Because if they don't, I'm not gonna stop. I love y'all too much. It's getting like to the point where I'm gonna have social anxiety without y'all. Love you. Good night.
Love you. Bye bye.
All right. Well, I don't know if that was last words. Let's see. So let's see. Make and one exist. Those sounded like maybe last words for you. Bio. Any last words to finish it up?
Just want to give a shout out to everybody and just want to say amazing space today. Just keep it up again. All of us putting our part, building an incredible platform. Today we spoke about a lot of incredible stuff and I'm very eager to see the next week's space and just keep building. I'm home right now, so I'm gonna be hopping in DC in a few minutes, but I'll see you guys in World. Thank you again, Canessa and Sinful, and blessings to everybody in the room.
Thank you very much, Bio. Drive safe. Let's see. Zom, any final words?
Yeah.
I think that was a no.
Gotcha. I know. It's I hate being put on the spot. Well, thanks for being here. And Jared, I think any final words?
I would have thought I always have something to say, but I guess I have nothing. No. Shout out to KJ Walker in the crowd. As Canessa said, the nicest person in Decentraland. I've yet to find a single person with one negative thing to say, and all of my favorite creators say she's their favorite creator. So, shout out to her. That's my final.
She's your favorite creator's favorite creator. That is a hell of a fucking compliment. That's like what creators strive to
Can we
be.
put that on a shirt? Like my favorite creator's favorite creator. Like that shit needs to get minted.
I'm thinking about like advertising low poly model shirt. Like it's like low poly models, your favorite creator's favorite creator.
Quite literally,
What I was
just make the entire fucking Decentraland when it all breaks. Just make it all low poly models, and we'll all be in a better place. Probably my favorite creator. Let's go, Kay.
Well, when I was attempting to make my DCL top 100 list, and at one point I was talking about it with Lastrum, and literally the only thing he didn't disagree with me on, he's like, KJ Walker's in your top 4. Like, okay, fine. The rest of the list seems acceptable. If that's, at least you're not an idiot. Because like the top 3 were like Yamel and Esteban and HP or something like that, and that was like KJ. So that was shout out to a top 5 DCLian. Then I realized how incredibly awful and difficult and just how much I hated myself trying to make a DCL top 100 list, and I gave up because frankly, I get enough hate. I don't need to invent new reasons.
You're definitely like 96 for me, and you're handsome.
I'll take 96. I wasn't going to put myself on the list.
I missed the bird. Give me the bird back.
The bird has gotten a lot of it's missed. This is a painting I still need to get. I bought this painting for my birthday in December, and then the artist said he would like drive it to me next weekend, but I'm moving into my apartment next weekend, so I can't get it. But there's an actual painting that goes with this NFT, and on the top of it says like "Lord forgive me" or something. I haven't even gotten to see it in ages, but it's a. I'll probably
You're
go back to the bird.
117 3/8 on mine.
That's
Choke your inner demons. Good night, folks.
Yeah, shout out to Anthony Sims. You should all check out his art. His art's pretty fantastic. He and Mishi Todd collaborated on my very first the first wearables I ever purchased in Decentraland. So he always has a soft spot in my heart.
And then you choked him to death. Good night.
Yep. Thank you, Jared.
Go
and
to
I
bed,
guess
Michi. Go to bed.
Oh, I remember those days. No Pants Fridays.
We're so back.
He and Clammy are cooking up something.
Yep, they've been cooking a while. Just don't know when we get to taste the meal.
Yeah.
Just hang up. Just hang up. I'm telling you, just hang up.
Are we going somewhere? I was in a dead zone before the last call was announced, and then is there like a party somewhere everyone's going to, or are you guys just trying to eat like
yes,
lunch?
tomorrow we're all going to Hyperfy to visit One Existence and feed people in Chicago.
Yes, join us on Hyper 5 tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, Jared. You better be there. There's going to be an auction.
I think I'll be done work by 6 p.m. Eastern and be able to be on my computer.
You'll move up the list. You might make it to 99 and
I might make the top 100. That's fantastic.
Yep.
I should go check. I have an Excel spreadsheet somewhere or Google Sheets with it was like 120 people on it. It was brutal. It was very difficult, and I eventually gave up because it's literally impossible to rank all of you.
Shit ton of names written down in a notebook. I was gonna make a wall of fame.
Vanessa wasn't for sure in the top 20. I think top 10, but for sure top 20. Sinful, I believe, had cracked top 30 for sure.
Just hang up on us. Just hang up on us.
Doc Drippo was on the list. Fancy was for sure on the list. There was a lot. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do.
Okay. Oh, I got a list. Let me tell you, I got a list.
My last thoughts, yeah, I mean, hit me up if you want to hang out on a special Beyond the NFT on Monday. If not, we'll probably hang out on Metal One Designs headquarters, watch some TV, or watch me pew pews. Maybe we can pew pew together or play some rocket cars, whatever it may be. And let's see, what there was there's one this event. Then I mean, on Tuesday there's Toxic Tuesdays, so yeah, make sure to keep an eye out for that. There's an all wearables space with Dr. Drip and KJ on Wednesday. Let me take a look at what time. It says 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, definitely make sure to tune in to that, because you got to tune into your favorite creator's favorite creator.
So that's like an
space.
unknower, and then a raid over to Decentraland.
No, because unknower, wouldn't unknower be
noon
at night?
Eastern. Nope, noon Eastern on Sunday or Wednesday.
Wednesday noon Eastern. Okay, so
And also stay tuned, because I Unknower is doing the spaces on his own accord, and I there is talk that there's going to be like a whole week of different, like, there's other people trying to get like a week of talks leading up to the Regenesis. Just it hasn't been like locked in yet. So this whole week, I don't know, just stay posted, look for it, and I'll be posting whatever info I have in the CBD Discord. But hopefully we can have more like live talks. And I know different people are trying to host different topics. So like somebody in finance is like with a financial background is going to try to talk about like the financials part of the DAO. So yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, and we'll be back here next week for another community building Decentraland space. And yeah, keep an eye out for any of us if we're just like hanging out in the Discord voice chats, or if you would ever like to like jump in, definitely feel free to join us. We're usually just hanging out or sharing info, or we bounce around through different topics. We've even covered aliens and I remember what
This is 100% true.
Yes. And and if you want to learn in-world builder, we've been doing a bunch of that too lately. So.
Yep, a lot of that. So yeah, if you ever see us in there, just don't be shy. Join us. You're more than welcome to. And I'll pass it off to Kanessa. Take care, everyone. Love you.
Yep. Thank you. Have a wonderful Saturday. Hope you guys just, I don't know, have a good week. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you next week. Bye.